but if you see that a mute has popped up, I will just mute you just to be safe.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Carla Barger, co-director of the Digital Humanities Initiative here at UIC. Before we get started, I want to let everyone know that we are recording this event. Welcome to our Fall 2020 conference, Resources and Visibility in Digital Humanities, hosted by the Digital Humanities Initiative at the University of Illinois at Chicago. The DHI at UIC is designed to expose faculty and students to research and new research methods in the field. The initiative was initially funded by a University of Illinois presidential grant to celebrate the impact of the arts and the humanities, and is a collaboration between the Institute for the Humanities and the University Library. The DHI hosts events throughout the year, including conferences like this one, as well as workshops. So before I talk a little bit about our program, I'd like to introduce the co-organizer and co-host of this event, Hannah Huber, without whom we would not be here today. Hannah was our 2019-2020 postdoctoral research associate in digital humanities. As some of you probably know, this conference was originally scheduled for April, but it became clear midway through the spring semester that our original plans would be thwarted. But we could not have foreseen that we would still be deep in the pandemic come October. So we pivoted twice, once when we began rescheduling for the fall, and again when we began translating this entire conference to this virtual platform. And although Hannah left us in July for the University of the South, congratulations, Hannah, she has graciously continued offering her support for this event. And for that, I'm very grateful. Hannah.
So hi, everyone. As Carla said, I'm Hannah, and I am currently the Digital Technology Leader and Project Administrator for the Southern Studies program at the University of the South in Sewanee, Tennessee. And so this past year, I did complete a postdoctoral research associateship at UIC. Before that, I got my PhD in American Lit at the University of South Carolina, and then in May of 2019, and then started the postdoc. And while I was at UIC in the DH postdoc position, I consulted with faculty and graduate students on incorporating digital humanities into their scholarship and teaching. I coordinated events for the Digital Humanities Initiative, including 2 workshops led by teams of digital humanities experts from Northwestern and Michigan State. I also helped launch the library's Digital Scholarship Hub, which consists of 2 spaces in the library dedicated to digital humanities and broader digital scholarship across UIC. And I also worked on my own digital humanities project, which is a digital companion to my manuscript on late 19th and early 20th century US sleep culture. But one major component of that fellowship was organizing this conference, which, as Carla said, I began doing in August of 2019. So this has been a very long journey. And it was originally planned for April. And the process of transitioning to the online format really only took place in the final months of my fellowship. So I want to give a huge thank you to Carla, because she took lead after my position ended, and she has done such an amazing job converting everything to a digital platform. So she was right. This conference wouldn't exist due to me if I hadn't thought of it, but it wouldn't exist virtually without Carla, because I might have helped organize bringing together the speakers and the theme, thinking about all those things, but Carla completely led the transition to the online format. She's so organized, so on point. I know everyone who's participating knows how efficient she is at making sure everything has been brought together in such an efficient and cohesive manner. So Carla, thanks so much. You have been so helpful. I also want to thank Mark Kenuel, the director of the Institute for the Humanities. He was the co-PI on the Digital Humanities Initiative grant that funded my fellowship and brought digital UIC to, or digital humanities to UIC this past year in a really big way. I also want to thank Linda Vavra, the Associate Director of the Institute for the Humanities. She is an event coordinator extraordinaire. Along with Carla, this wouldn't be happening without Linda. Linda is just the most fantastic coordinator and planner. So thanks so much, Linda, for all your help. I also want to thank Mary Case, who recently retired from her post as university librarian. She co-wrote the Digital Humanities Initiative grant with Mark and worked so diligently this past year to support digital humanities research at UIC. I also want to thank Sandy DeGroot. She's UIC's scholarly communications librarian, and Sandy assisted Mary in carrying out the library support of the DHI this past year. And she is now working hard to ensure that the library's digital scholarship hub continues to support digital humanities at UIC. Also want to thank Janet Swashino. She's UIC's digital publishing librarian, who along with Carla took on the role of co-director of the Digital Humanities Initiative upon my leaving. Janet has added immensely to the library's support of DH efforts over the past year by leading Digital UIC, which is the library's new online publishing service that supports research, teaching, and learning by providing users with access to flexible web space and customizable platforms. And Janet is working with Carla to plan a lot more exciting events in DH in the future. So I'm so happy that I've been able to pass the torch to you both. And then I also want to thank UIC's webinar and technical support team from Creative and Digital Services. They are the technical hosts of the events today and tomorrow, and they are making sure that everything runs smoothly. And then I want to give a huge thank you to the conference participants. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us and seeing this conference through all of its various forms, and still remaining enthusiastic and committed to making sure that this happens. So thanks so much. And then thanks so much to the attendees, people who registered when they envisioned the pre-COVID conference that we all still dream about returning to, where we can all actually network in the same room. Thank you for still showing up today and participating in this new virtual format. So just thanks everyone for being here today. I think we're gonna have a really exciting lineup for the next 2 days. So Carla, I'll throw it back to you.
Thanks, Hannah. We're very excited about the outstanding presenters who are graciously giving us their time here today and the wide range of presentations that underscore and illuminate our theme. Before we get started, I'd like to briefly share how we'll proceed through the next 2 days. Both days are divided into morning and afternoon sessions. Each morning session will begin with a moderated panel, wherein the moderator will introduce panelists and relay questions from the Q&A. We'll follow this with a 10 to 15-minute break, and we'll then hold our workshop for the day. Afternoon sessions will also begin with a panel, followed by another short break, then our keynote speaker. Both days are divided by a 1 hour and 15-minute lunch break. Audience members, please enter your questions into the Q&A at the bottom of your screen rather than the chat. The panel moderator, or Hannah or I, will present as many questions as possible during the allotted time. I'd also like to share our social media guidelines, which I will also post in the chat in a second. The most important of these are, please do not screenshot or screen record this event, and when tweeting, be sure to include the hashtag UICDH2020. If possible, also please include the speaker's Twitter handle or full name as a means of citation. Presenters, please remember our accessibility guidelines, which I will also post in the chat shortly. Again, a few things we'd like to stress are, first, your mics should be muted when you are not presenting. And second, try to speak slowly at a pace that allows attendees to process information more easily. And if possible, please describe any visual materials that you present. Okay, so with that, I will go ahead and get started. So our first panel today is Chicago History and Spatial Humanities, moderated by Jonathan McKinda. Jonathan is a historian of architecture and design and an associate professor at the UIC School of Design, where he directs the Design Studies program and serves as associate director for faculty affairs. His research focuses on the historical development of modern architecture and design during the middle decades of the 20th century, particularly in Italy and the United States. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Great. Thank you very much, Carla. It is a pleasure to be joining this group for any number of reasons. One, as somebody who studied art history but has for the past number of years sort of been in the world of design. I'm really, one of my sort of longstanding interests has been trying to sort of bridge the world between the digital humanities, and the worlds of art and architecture and design. So I'm really glad to be invited to moderate, and I was happy to see the list of participants as well, to see that effort, because it seems to me the digital humanities is a sort of a natural bridge between these disciplines that, you know, a place like UIC sometimes sit in pretty distinct silos. I'm also very happy to be involved just with this panel devoted to the topic of Chicago history and spatial humanities. Much of my research focuses on Chicago, and it's you know, a sort of a now a long-standing interest of mine. But I was also excited to see it in a conference devoted to the digital humanities, because it seemed important to me to begin a conference like that with a panel devoted to a topic that I frame generally as place. You know, this issue of place, which very often in my experience of discussions around digital humanities and the digital world in general sort of fades into the background, precisely because of the possibilities that the digital seems to offer for connections across and between places. So I thought that was something worth sort of drawing our attention to as we begin the day, this sort of focus on place that is inherent in this panel, Chicago and the Spatial Humanities. And also I think that the different ways in which place is engaged in the papers that we're going to hear. In the sense in which we have papers that deal with place, both as an object of study, right? Whether that's Chicago, whether that's a particular neighborhood like Uptown, but then we also in a number of the papers have place sort of engaged as an institution. Right? How do institutions in particular places, with the resources they have, with the people who constitute them, how do they engage this world? So that's sort of the world of digital humanities. So that combination, that sort of that mixture of subjects seemed to me a particularly auspicious way to begin the day. And I'm very excited to see and hear and learn from our presenters. So with those comments out of the way, hopefully expressing my enthusiasm for the day, I'll introduce our first speaker, Davis Schneiderman, who's Krebs Provost, Dean of the Faculty, and Professor of English at Lake Forest College. And he will be talking to us today about Digital Chicago, a professional project from amateur makers. So please welcome Davis.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate being here today. And I don't know if I appreciate going first, but I'm going to do it. And so I'm really happy to just be a part of the conference. So thanks to Carla, Hannah, Linda, Mark, everybody at UIC, everyone on the panel. I'm delighted to meet some of you the first time and see some of you again. I regret that I cannot stay for the entire conference because it looks just fantastic. And what a great way to spend 2 days digitally in our remote locations thinking about these important issues. I also point out that on the program tomorrow in the afternoon is another one of my colleagues from Lake Forest College. Her name is Rebecca Graff, a professor of anthropology, and she'll be speaking about her part of the project I'm speaking about today. So I am deliberately leaving her out from this morning, but she is a major part of the Digital Chicago project that you're going to hear about her portion of, which is related to archaeology in Chicago tomorrow afternoon. I'm also delighted to be on the panel with John Russick from the History Museum because you'll hear about some of the ways Lake Forest and the History Museum have collaborated over the years, and I'll give an example today in what I'm going to share. So just a little bit about me very quickly before I get into the specifics of the presentation, and I'll share a PowerPoint. I have a long track record of working in digital humanities, but I didn't know for a long time that I was working in digital humanities. My education was text-based and traditional, and happened long enough ago that a lot of the things we're talking about here were not operative in the same way. My academic area, I'm a creative writer, but also academic and scholarly work is particularly on postmodernism, remixes and mashups, do a lot of work on William Burroughs and Brian Gysin, and there's all sorts of overlaps with what we're talking about here. But it took me a long time to find those overlaps, and so I stumbled into digital humanities. About 20 years ago, when I first came to Lake Forest College, fresh out of graduate school from Binghamton University, there I applied for and got a small grant to buy a whole bunch of Sony mini disc recorders, you know, with little discs in them, to do a psychogeography project. And so I took students into Chicago, we recorded sounds, played them back in Lake Forest and vice versa, and did all sorts of overlapping recordings. I'm very interested in things of that nature. And it was a heck of a lot of fun. And it just got me thinking, what can you do with technology, even if you're not using it in the way it was intended to? And then I saw a call come across the transom from an organization called the Midwest Instructional Technology Center, which I think is no longer around, but Brian Alexander, some of you may know, was involved at the time. And I got involved in a project that ultimately had about $60,000 of funding in dribs and drabs based upon the exquisite corpse, the surrealist exquisite corpse. So students at Lake Forest College would produce text and upload them into a derealization mechanism. And then a student at Oberlin would get it and do a dance in response. And we worked with DePaul and Colorado College. It was a really great small college collaboration, but we had no idea what we were doing, and our limited tech support people were helping to give us the infrastructure, and we struggled in many different ways. Around this time, my own creative work really began to take a digital turn. I wrote a novel some years ago called Blank that is largely, but not entirely blank, and was lucky enough to collaborate with Paul Miller, DJ Spooky, who did some remixes for me that we distributed in a bamboo flash drive. So I'm sort of aging the project at this point for sustainability reasons. Then in 2008, I received an email out of the blue from the Newberry Library looking for projects that would celebrate the centennial of Daniel Burnham and Edward Bennett's Plan of Chicago from 1909, a document I knew about but hadn't gone very deeply into. And then just by coincidence, I saw a call from the NEH Office of Digital Humanities looking for $25,000 startup proposals on digital projects. And I thought, and this is where things get crazy, I will build a replica. I know not how to do any of these things, right? In Second Life of the city that was never built in Chicago. You may remember Second Life. That is one of course, the big problems of DH is getting big eyes, biting off way more than you can chew. I quickly realized that was crazy, and I had no ability to do that, nor did my small college. And so we moved to using Google Earth and SketchUp for an interesting project that I'll show you a little bit about later on. We did well with that, and then working with Notre Dame, the Art Institute, a number of other institutions in Chicago, put together, I think, a $300,000 grant proposal to follow up, and narrowly missed funding. And instead of revising and resubmitting, I was just exhausted at that point and put the thing on the shelf. And I thought, I'm done. I'm done with digital things like this. I then became at Lake Forest the Associate Dean of the faculty in charge of our Chicago portfolio. We have a small program in the city. We have a Center for Chicago Programs. And around that time, in conversation with the Mellon Foundation, a really unexpected thing happened. We got an $800,000 grant for a project called Digital Chicago, and I found myself to be the principal investigator of this, based upon the fact that at my small college, I was the person who had done the most of these things. So I'm telling you how I kind of tripped into this over time. Let me now share my screen, and I want to tell you about Digital Chicago and some of the lessons that we learned from doing that project. All right, I'll try to go very quickly through this. So I say it's a professional project for amateur makers because, again, nobody here specializes in these sorts of things. This is me, my email, and I'm right now the provost and the dean of the faculty, aside from being a professor of English. Okay, so here's a question I asked faculty members, are you a digital humanist? Which is, again, is small college, small faculty. Yes, no, maybe, and you can see the jokey answers there. And the last one is where we all are right now. Yes, but only because I'm forced to do this all day long because of COVID, right? I'm Zoom teaching, Google meeting, Microsoft teaming, all the things that we are all now well experienced with. Digital Chicago is a very cool project, and I'm gonna linger just for a second on the web address. If you're interested, jot it down, digitalchicagohistory.org. It's really cool. I'm gonna show you some bits of it. I cannot encapsulate all of what it does. It was a 4-year project. A fair amount of resources went into it. It's part of the Chicago History Museum's digital collection, and so you can see all the projects there. Sorry, went the wrong way. All right, the idea of the grant was preserving at-risk elements of Chicago culture. So a 4-year, $800,000 grant from the Mellon Foundation, research and coursework into Chicago's forgotten or at-risk past, but that could be very, very broadly defined in terms of time and at-riskedness. And you're seeing just some stills from various things that happened over the course of that project. One of the things we wanted to do, here's Lake Forest College. You can see Chicago way in the background, and here, of course, is Chicago, is to bridge disciplines. We have a small faculty. We had faculty from theater, English, history, religious studies, anthropology, music, communication, history, education, politics. The grant had staffing. We were lucky enough. I was the PI, and a fair amount of my time was devoted to it. We had a full-time coordinator, essential for large projects if you can afford it through your funding, and release time for an academic technologist who was actually our archivist and director of special collections, and not someone with specialized knowledge in this area, but a really good project manager. That was something that was helpful. Over these 4 years, we did 22 distinct faculty projects, and all of the faculty had very different levels of digital humanities experience, and we involved a lot of students, hundreds in all the courses that touched it, but each project had dedicated student research assistants to help design some of the projects and the work. This is what the website looks like if you were to go to it, and these circles, every time you refresh your screen, change. So the top project, the lead, is always one of the different of the 22 circles. Here are some of the other ones. Again, if you click on them, you would see words. I'm going to show you restricted Chicago in a moment, but this is the way you begin to interface with the project. So I'm going to highlight a few really cool ones. This is a Restricted Chicago from Desmond Udugu, who's Associate Professor of Education, and now has a lead role with me and some others in a new Mellon grant that we have called Humanities 2020, which is about connections between Lake Forest College and groups in the city working on issues of race. But Desmond's project, which is probably one of my favorites of the 22, documents the history of racial restricted covenants in Cook County, and is really thinking about, this is what motivated him because he's an education professor, how does the history of redlining and restricted racial covenants feed into resources for school district funding 100 years later? You know, who moves into an area has implications for the tax base, which has implications for inequities. And there is a really cool timeline you can click on. I'm just giving you a still shot of one of them where you get images of particular cities and subdivisions in the Chicago and some quotations of the covenants that you would have found. All of these are through a partnership we had with the Cook County Recorder of Deeds. Once you get deep into the project, all the projects have a page like this that sort of gives you an oversight of it. Here we have a map, right? Whenever somebody does DH for the first time and you say, what do you want to do? They say, I'm going to make an interactive map. That's the basic thing that many people default to, and there's nothing wrong with that. And there are lots of tools to make them look really fantastic. Here we are a little deeper into it, and I am highlighting the Frank Dulac Beverly Manor. And so you get on the map where the particular subdivision is, pardon me. You get the exact quotation of the racial covenant. In this case, this property shall not be sold or leased to nor occupied by any other than a Caucasian, the sources, and then whatever census demographic information that you want from the available census data. And there's a time slider at the bottom where you can move and see things appropriately appear and disappear. What's great is you can get pretty far down level-wise, and you can get the outlines of this particular division, which is Crawford Devon subdivision, and you get another example here. So you get an overhead map where you can see where all of the restricted zones were, and then you can really dig into it. And in many ways, we have taken this information from the Cook County Recorder of Deeds and presented a frame through which to view it and context by which to understand it. It's a very, very cool project that I think there's more to do with over time. Here's one we did in partnership with the History Museum. They have a really fantastic collection of photographs I'm going to tell you about in a moment, but this is my colleague Brian McCamick, Associate Professor of Environmental Studies, whose research is about climate and racial justice, particularly his first book in the Bronzeville area. It's a little bit, how did the environmental movement become more white than it actually was when it started? And what are some of the implications of that? Rayburn Flairlage was a post-war photographer. There he is, and the Chicago History Museum has many, maybe all of his photos. Great story about how they came there. Flairlage was a commercial photographer who took pictures of gigging musicians, folk, jazz, and blues. We had another faculty member work who's a real folkie, work on the folk pictures, famous folk musicians. But Brian approached this in a different way. What he did is he used the many photos that Flairlage would take going and coming to his gigs to think about the built environment and the sort of structural spaces of Chicago in the post-war period. So we have another one of these maps, and you have geolocation of photos, and here's one that's just, you know, a cool street scene. But you can also get some really interesting stuff. So here we have Muddy Waters' house. So there are pictures of people like Muddy Waters playing on stage, but that was not Brian's main interest. Brian's main interest is, what does Chicago look like outside the club? So we've got the metadata, we've got an image of it, we tell you where it is. And one of the things we did in partnership with the History Museum was provide some funds from the grant to do batch digitizations of many of these photos. There's a ton of them. And we wanted to make, in that partnership, as many available to the public as possible, because there's a lot more work to be done by others. These were discrete projects. Here we are, Washington Park Meadow, and here's an example of some of just the work for future scholars to do. Here's a picture, and this picture is going to tell you a lot about you know, life at the time in this park on this particular day. I'll linger on it for a moment. We don't know much about it. There's very little in the metadata, but what a treasure trove for other people to now work on and look at and use as a visual archive. But all of this comes as a sideline from the music photographer. That's one of the things I really particularly love about this project. I want to briefly tell you just about a few others, because not everything is a map, although this one is a different type of map. Professor of Music Don Meyer, you might recognize a map of the Midway from the 1893 World's Fair. If this were the website, you could click on individual words here and you would hear piano playing of the souvenir music. People could go and buy sheet music to take home from the fair that would be what you would have heard connected to each of these institutions. I won't hum it, but the one you probably know is from Streets of Cairo, which is a tune that has entered popular cultural imagination and has survived until this day. Another project, again, to give you a sense of the differences, this is Assistant Professor of History, Rudy Batzel, and he did a really cool project on social networks in the 1800s. And he created a giant database of all the society newspaper articles, right? Who is at a party with whom? What was the social event of the week? What is the register of these people? And what you're looking at is a 2D visualization of this. So if you were to click on Peter Page, which I can't do because I'm giving you a still, you would see immediately all the nodes of the people that Peter was connected to. And he's done this for a number of decades through the 1800s. Because digital humanities is interesting and exciting, and because you never know what you're doing with a grant until you get to the end of the grant, we also ended up building a virtual reality lab. And this is one of the projects that we did in beta form, turn into an immersive VR experience. You put on an HTC Vive headset, and you can step inside this network of nodes. It's a great way to visualize and think about the interconnections at this point in time. Here's a completely different one. Associate Professor of Religion Ben Zeller did a project of 360 video. This is now more common than it was when he was working on it, of sacred spaces. Here we are in the charred ruins of Pilgrim Baptist. You know it. This is an important institution on Chicago's South Side. And this is what it looks like now, overgrown after the fire. And we began to do things like this, taking the photos from the period, and you can click on various layers and recreate the space as it was. And Ben did a lot of work just taking high quality 360 video of sacred spaces in Chicago and in Lake Forest. And his work on that continues in different ways to this day. This was my project that started with the Burnham Initiative from 2008, 2009, and now became housed in Digital Chicago years later. So this is a civic center that the Plan of Chicago suggested should be built. It would have been the mayor's office, I believe, and other things of that nature, based upon how the city might have developed from the 1909 plan. I chose this one because it's basically where UIC is. You can see the traffic circle here at Congress. This was never built, of course, but what we did is use architectural historians, people who could read archaic blueprints, and then using Google SketchUp, it's cheap and it's free and it's relatively easy, create these relatively high quality models of the city that never was in Google Earth. And so you can download the layers and make these things appear. We did the same thing with some of the great maps from the 1909 plan. Here's a famous map that everybody who knows the plan knows. We stuck it exactly on top of where it would be in real Chicago, right? This is the Civic Center that I just showed you. And so this is UIC, but you can see the symmetrical Monroe Harbor that was never built. These were structures that we also have digital mock-ups for that were never built in Grant Park, but you can see the real Navy Pier, the real Northerly Island. And this is a lot of fun to just make the layers appear, and we have a whole bunch of the maps from the plan. So it's a way of, again, interfacing with the past and the present. Here's Ben Zeller in the Presbyterian Church in Lake Forest. And the question is, you know, how do you do all this? How do you get there, particularly if you're starting as we were as amateurs? And that's a large topic that I can't entirely answer today, but I wanted to say a few things before I wrap. The way we would approach faculty is we would say, you got three ways you could think about this. You can use digital tools to take things you're interested in and make them into DH projects. That's things like maps, timelines. You could digitize pre-existing content. That's what we did with the History Museum partnership. Or you could do born digital content. And some people, one faculty member has a cousin who is a famous boxer in Chicago named Barney Ross. The faculty member's name is Josh Corey. And he ended up doing a narrative digital essay, interactive, about his experience researching his famous ancestor. We always felt that you could use these diverse ready-made tools to present digital projects, pardon me. And there's a lot of them. And so here's just a few that we ended up using, none of which we made on our own, right? It is often folly to try to create things that large corporations and software companies have already done. We use something like Neatline for some of the maps, Panator to stitch together 360 videos, Twine for interactive narrative storytelling. Omeka was our home. We wanted a controlled vocabulary and an organized way of keeping all the material together. That's what you're seeing is the infrastructure for the website now at the History Museum. We didn't have this on day one, but boy, do I wish we had, because you're working with faculty who often have never done anything like this. They have a discrete amount of time and they're getting a stipend to do their work. Happy to share this with anyone who's interested. But over time, we refined a flow chart of how do you get from 0 to 60? You know, how do you go from figuring out what you want to research to getting the data that you need to actually building your digital project? Because don't make the mistake I did, which is, hey, everybody, let's build Chicago in Second Life. And can we do that by next week? There are a lot of steps here and what needs to be thoughtful. And of course, there's tons of literature in the field to help guide people on these questions. We went to the level of permissions tracking. Do we have the permission to use a particular image? The Mellon Foundation wants everything to be freely available and not behind any paywalls. So that became an issue to navigate. We did the same thing for how we were doing the metadata, and we had a lot of people working on data analysis. Finally, we had a lot of stuff with Google Cardboard, so that's just for fun. I'll leave you with a few, what did we do and how did we do it in my final minutes here. This is a bit of cliche, but it's true. A grant is a plane you build as you fly, particularly a large grant. You never know exactly what you're going to do because it's iterative. You're working with partners. Everyone needs to be self-interested. You need to know what is achievable and sustainable. You're neither the architect nor are you really the pilot. This work is collaborative. That's the best part about it. And sometimes we wrongly think in the humanities that we are ivory tower scholars doing our own individual work. That, of course, is not true at all. But this work is explicitly collaborative, and everybody going into it needs to understand that. A good PI, and I'm not saying I even was a good PI when I started this work, you know, directs these projects really by working and listening to others. It's just a reminder of the point I made a moment ago. The vision of the auteur is going to fail in digital humanities. It has to be a collaborative way of proceeding. You produce as the PI by not producing, right? I don't know how to make most of these things. I am not someone who is adept with all of these different areas. I looked for help. I used the resources of the grant to find strategic partnerships. When I didn't know how to do something, we researched, because that's what I can do, what are the possible ways of doing it? And we used a structure of lots of people to make decisions about how we would invest our limited time and resources. And we had many false starts and things that didn't work out. But to be deliberative and to be thoughtful and to be intentional is much better than to be ad hoc. Like I'm a novelist, so any creative project you do, it's not going to turn out like what is in your mind. Scholars know that, of course. Everything is going to get amended, and it should. You know, a 4-year grant is a long time, and the issues you're dealing with, as 2020 has taught us, can change, you know, with the snap of a finger. So make sure that you are nimble as much as you can be in what you are going to do. All of this is not a bug, it's actually a feature. This is what makes good and compelling digital humanities work and projects that can produce impact for students, in the case of Lake Forest College, impact for faculty, who I have 20-something faculty members who now meaningfully think of themselves as digital humanists or have worked in the field and who are not scared a whit when COVID made them pivot on a dime to new ways of doing things. And a lot of those folks are leaders on campus for just thinking about using new technologies in the classroom that go well beyond this discrete project. And this is really the final point. We're all digital humanists. We're being digital humanists right now. So don't think if you weren't trained in the field, if you haven't gone to the conferences, if you haven't read the literature, that you can't play in the sandbox. I don't mean to minimize people who have meaningful scholarly productivity and training in this field. It is a field, but it doesn't have to be us or them, right? These lines can be permeable and you can learn easily about the ways that you can most sensibly interface with these larger topics. I think I'm probably at my 20 minutes. So what I'd like to do is stop sharing my screen and end the presentation. I have plenty more to say and I'm excited to hear what everyone else will tell us today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that great presentation. I mean, you know, the nuts and bolts of that was, I think, really useful. I know really useful for me to hear, and I imagine really useful for a lot of other people to hear as well in terms of putting something like that together. So our next speakers are Ana Guevara, Founding Director and Associate Professor of Global Asian Studies at UIC, and Gayatri Reddy, Associate Professor in Gender and Women's Studies and Anthropology at UIC. And they will be talking today about Displacement, a People's History of Uptown project. So please welcome Ana and Gayatri.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. And thank you, of course, to the Institute for the Humanities, to Mark Canuel and Linda Vavra, and especially, of course, Hannah Huber and Carla Berger for organizing this DH conference, and to all the panelists and people here who are present at 9 o'clock in the morning, which is, clearly we are not morning people here. I also thank so much to Davis Schneiderman for getting us started, and really, as Jonathan said, just giving us such an amazing map of sort of and charting the process by which to think about digital humanities. And actually we've looked to Digital Chicago in our project, and we were actually in touch with Desmond Odugu, because one of the projects that we're doing is literally mapping this restrictive covenant in Uptown on this one block of Winthrop Avenue. And so anyway, that's besides the point. Right now, we're going to be talking a little bit about this project. So I am a cultural anthropologist and gender studies scholar by training. And I'm going to start this presentation by sketching sort of the broad contours of our project, sort of the histories and contexts and maybe the whys of the project. And Anna will follow with walking us through some of the hows of the project, I guess, before we end with some of the whats, giving a snapshot of the specific platforms and tools we engaged with, using software, as Davis said, that was produced elsewhere, but using it as a tool through which to do our work. I also want to, as this title slide says, acknowledge the funding by the Anna Pizzi grant and the UIC Award for Creative Activity. Oh, and before I proceed, for accommodation perspectives, I should describe myself. I am a South Asian woman wearing a blue shirt with very short hair and with a background in a sunroom with lots of plants behind me. So just to give you sort of a brief history of where we began and how we ended, to speak to Davis's being limber and being willing to change. Anna and I began this project, sort of this public history digital project almost 4 years ago. And in some ways, I guess we're the flip side of the Lake Forest project, where we were trying to do this on our own in all our copious free time, especially these days. So it began with a very different objective, to kind of map local Chicago spaces through their global footprints. And specifically, given the dearth of research on quote unquote Asian neighborhoods in Chicago, we were going to start there, tracing global migrations that shaped and formed local, ostensibly Asian spaces. Fortunately for us, we began this journey in the North Side neighborhood of Uptown and never left. Our project morphed considerably, and as the title of our presentation indicates, the project is less about Uptown as a portal for Asian migrations and more about this neighborhood as a prism through which to capture people's histories of resistance and solidarity in the face of multiple displacements. And as such, it kind of builds on work. There isn't a whole lot of work, but there is a growing body of work on Uptown in the context of urban renewal and displacement, including by somebody who is on this conference as well and will be presenting tomorrow, Devin Hunter, and other community historians like Paul Siegel, etc. So just to give you all, if some of you are not from Chicago, just to give you a sense of where Chicago, where Uptown is in this larger landscape. This is a map of Chicago with the community area 3, which is where Uptown is, marked out for you. So broadly, this project is born of the recognition that the Uptown community was and is a community shaped and formed by local, national, and global pressures, from geopolitical and economic displacement to racial segregations and state and imperial violence. Especially after the Great Depression, given its affordable housing and its proximity to transportation, Uptown was a portal for multiple migrant and poor communities: Native Americans, African Americans, Appalachians, Puerto Ricans, Chinese, Koreans, Eritreans, and of course, Vietnamese, Cambodians, Laotians, and Pakistanis who remain in the neighborhood today. So our project became about unearthing and visualizing these long and sometimes tortured histories of displacement that were a product of intentional segregation by design. And more importantly, giving voice and space to rendering the texture of resilient lives in the face of these relentless efforts to displace them. So in short, Uptown was and remains a multiracial anomaly in a segregated city that reveals the underside of that segregated order. It highlights the ways in which people who were thrown together as a result of these histories intentionally came together to fight back. That is, as community historian Paul Siegel notes in his dissertation, people who could not fit into the segregated order became a community of people who willfully would not fit into Chicago's segregated order. So our project, therefore, is about tracing these varied histories of displacement, but also about chronicling the intentional emplacements or belonging and placemaking on the part of the residents of Uptown. So it's about Chicago urban renewal policies and about how the people of Uptown understood very well that these policies of urban removal, as they referred to it, and intentionally came together across racial and class lines to fight back. And so these are their stories. And we chronicle these stories using a range of sources, methods, and tools. And Anna's going to walk us through some of these, and we're then going to show you a couple of examples of what we produced as a digital means kind of through which to tell these stories and engage the public.
Thank you, Gayatri. Again, thank you to the organizers of this conference and all of the attendees for joining us. I am Anna Guevara. I teach in the Global Asian Studies program and also direct that program. I am an interdisciplinary sociologist with training in ethnic studies and gender and women's studies. And so I come to this project with particular interests in labor and migration. And I am a Filipina woman wearing purple rimmed glasses with black hair and a blue shirt. And on my background is an artistic rendering of a wave drawn by a student with the word glass, G-L-A-S, on my background. So, and let me just share a screen, my screen. And hopefully that is visible. So as Gayatri mentioned, I am going to talk about three things. One are the sources for our project, our approaches, and also the tools that we use to tell the stories that we are trying to tell through this project. So just very briefly, we used a range of sources from primary and secondary research. We've also taken several deep dives in both personal and public archives. We're fortunate to work with a number of community organizers who have really amassed a collection of materials over time. So we were able to work with those, as well as the various public archives throughout Chicago and also elsewhere. We've also done oral history interviews with activists and organizers, residents of Uptown. We've done quite extensive field work in Uptown the last few years. And we also have ongoing community engaged work with one of the existing organizations in Uptown, the Northside Action for Justice, or otherwise known as NA4J. So I would like to just click on so what I'm showing you here is the homepage for the website that we are creating. It isn't live at the moment. We are still putting the final touches, but we'd like to show you just snapshots of what we have, and just to give you a sense of what we are doing. So our project is guided by a belief in developing collaborative and reciprocal relationships with the community that we are engaging with. And that is something that is very important for us, and something that is also, in many ways, work in progress. And our goal is really to think through ways of bridging the academy and the community with a sense of responsibility, but also a sense of reciprocity for the communities that we are working with. So, and one of the things that we also wanted to do through this project is engage our students in the communities that many of them are familiar with, but perhaps don't know enough about, and really incorporate that in the kind of learning and transformative spaces that we're cultivating at UIC through our classes. So in partnership with community organizations and activists who served as interlocutors and also liaisons to Uptown, our work has a particular curricular arm. In addition to the two of us doing archival and ethnographic work, we also taught courses, or we are teaching courses where students are trained in conducting oral histories and producing various types of digital stories that reflected what they are reading in class, but also the radical history political tours that we took them on in the neighborhood, and also what their narrators are telling them through the kind of work that they're doing with oral history narrators. And so one of the things that, just before I show you some of the projects that they've been working on, just to give you a sense of the people who are involved in the project or who we have had the privilege to work with. Let me just, I'm clicking on the site or the part of the website that talks about the people involved in the project. And so both Gayatri and I are there, along with, and I'm sorry, forgive me, my scrolling is not as fast as it should be. And some of we've outlined and mention some of the community liaisons we've worked with so far, from Northside Action for Justice, from the Asian Americans Advancing Justice Chicago, from the Japanese American Service Committee, from the Access Lab, and also One Northside. And this is a growing list. These are just a few of the community liaisons we've worked with so far. And then we couldn't do this work without the brilliance and really the work of our research assistants over the years, and also interns who contribute in different ways to the project, and most especially our undergraduate students. And this will be a growing list because both of us teach classes that where we're incorporating this project. So we've included them here, and also the different types of work that they've produced over the years. And I just wanted to say that one of the exciting part of this project is really working with such a group of brilliant students we have at UIC who come from diverse backgrounds and really bring such an enormous amount of perspective and perspective and insights to our project. So we're really lucky to be able to work with them. So in terms of the tools that we use in our project, I'm going to click on the part of the site that says projects. And I know it's a little bit difficult to see. Let me just see if I can hold it there. Okay, so there are a number of different tools that we've used for our project. And on this website, we've highlighted a few of the different things that we have produced over the years. And that includes, and so part of the intention here is to curate different set of digital tools to present the stories that we've collected. So in addition to digital stories, we've also used GIS story maps, visual media like, photographs, three-dimensional timelines, radical virtual walking tours. And we are also in the process of developing a virtual reality platform that could serve as an immersive experiential political tour of Uptown. And today we don't have a lot of time to go through all of the different types of projects, but Gayatri is going to highlight a couple of them to show you the kind of the breadth and depth of what we've been working with the last few years, and hopefully give you a sense of what we have and what we're working towards. So I'm going to turn it over to Gayatri to to walk you through a couple of platforms. One is a three-dimensional timeline that we've developed, and also the Radical History walking tour that is in process as well.
If you could stop sharing, Hannah.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna share my desktop, and give me a second while I pull this up. So to show very briefly the range of projects that we're doing, as Anna pointed out, we're using a multiple sort of tools, a timeline, digital or virtual walking tours, the digital stories that students have created, sort of photographs from the archives, both personal and public. We're telling, as I said, that story of that restrictive covenant on Winthrop Avenue, and doing a series of oral history interviews with the descendants of those families. We're also putting together all of the sort of readings and archives, including dissertations and other multimedia sources here. We've also worked with some GIS and telling a range of story maps of both kind of material histories of the buildings, etc., and infrastructure, as well as immaterial sort of demographics and migrations, and hopefully at some point the VR platform. But today, what I wanted to do is just walk us through, just a second, the just a couple of things. One was this, oops, I didn't pull up the, let me start then with this, walking tour, a radical history walking tour, and we're using the Vermont software, which allows us to kind of give a breadth of sort of mapping these spaces, obviously on a map, but also, so this is a self-guided tour that people can take either virtually, or if they're in the neighborhood and want to take it, they can take it, you know, and we've intentionally chosen sites that are relatively close to each other so people can walk there. And this allows us to then kind of not only map these spaces geographically, but also tell these very specific stories. So if you go into one of these sites, you then sort of, and it's going to take a second to load because there's a lot of media on it. So it is literally telling those stories using the archival material that we've gathered. It also has, which I'm not going to share right now, but audio clips from the oral histories. And we are actually working on making this into an audio tour as well. And so it tells these stories narrates the entire story of this particular sort of moment in time or this movement through the people's voices and the material that we have collected over the last few years. It is a bit long, but it is interactive and lets you kind of engage with that. And right now we have just one tour on there that gives an overview of the story of urban renewal, ending with the youth and sort of the Asian American youth, but also the multiracial youth from Vietnamese and Cambodians to Eritreans and Ghanaians, etc., who call Chicago, Uptown, home. So that's one platform. The other platform is, and just give me a second while I pull this up here. So the other platform that I was just going to give you a little bit of a snapshot of was this, this timeline that we're using. And again, we're using Tiki-Talkie, which is which is a software tool which allows you, rather than going into depth as the virtual tour allows you to do, this is kind of, we've mapped the various things from arts, public arts and publications, community newsletters, etc., grassroots organizations, historical events that were occurring in the city, in the nation at large, that were the backdrop, and sort of the ways in which people were responding to that, as well as migrations and movements and protests. And we've used, again, our archival material, as well as sort of some of the students' digital stories to kind of map onto these. So you can actually upload, if you go to this timeline, you can not only see some of these images, and once you click on it, you can hear, listen to the narrative, but also you can see the digital story that students have produced as well. So that's just two of the many tools that we've used, and I know that we're running out of time, so I'll stop there. we look forward to your comments and questions in the Q&A. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Anna and Gayatri. That was, you know, yeah, really interesting to see how you worked with this community. And then also, you know, I'm excited to see the website launch, because the number of platforms and projects that you seem to have explored is, you know, I can only think about my own efforts to figure out these platforms, what a slow process it can be. So the work that you've done with, with Tiki-Taki, Vaman, and all of those is really impressive. And I look forward to hearing more about the work you had to do to make that happen. So thank you both. Okay, the final presenter for this panel will be John Russick, who's Senior Vice President of the Chicago History Museum, and who will be talking today about the Digital First Museum. So please welcome John.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the other panelists, to the attendees, and certainly everyone at UIC who put this project together, Jonathan, Carla, Anna, and everybody else who I haven't met. Thank you for making this so easy. It's great to be here. It's great to be in this great company. So a little bit about me, I think really only a couple of things, and then I'll dive right into the presentation. I just want to say, in addition to this introduction, I'm just going to focus on three things, which is what we're doing in terms of what it means for a history museum or a museum of any kind to try to be digital first, at least how we're interpreting that. That's the theme I want to focus on today. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about how that's taken shape, going from sort of a philosophy or a program plan to actual activity. And then I want to focus on one project that I think sort of typifies that experience for the History Museum. And so I'll get to that in just a minute. Just by way of introduction, I am Senior Vice President at the Chicago History Museum. I've been at the museum for a long time and watched how the museum has sort of evolved into thinking of itself as being digitally competent. And I think that that's probably where a lot of nonprofits are and are at least hoping to be, is to be working in a digital framework that provides access to much of what we're doing, if not actively working in areas that are sort of best produced digitally. For many of us, we're just simply trying to share as much of the work that we're already doing in a digital form. I took the focus that Davis shared on how he has presented the opportunities to work in digital medium to his staff, that those low bars in terms of thinking about the work you're already doing, how to share that more widely through digital means. That's a baseline for us, but we are trying to be more ambitious than that. So I'll dig in a little bit to digital first in just a second. Maybe most importantly, which is also hearkening back to something that Davis said about being a digital humanist, I would just say that I wrote my undergraduate dissertation or my undergraduate thesis on a manual typewriter. So I think by way of introduction, I just want to say I'm not a digital native by any means. I find this to be an opportunity for the museum to have a wider audience, a more significant audience. I don't think of myself as a producer in the same way I think Davis suggested for himself. And, but I do think of myself as somebody who understands this technology enough to try to promote it within the organization and find opportunities for us to exploit it, and maybe a little bit to be exploited by it as we become more proficient at partnerships, thinking creatively about technology, and through our work, not putting up barriers known to us or unknown to us to other people making use of what I think is our primary resource, which is our collection. So I appreciate the nods here to the value of CHM's collections in some of the digital work that's been highlighted already. Our goal is to have all of you, anyone who's listening to this, feel like they can tap into those resources as well. It's a long road that we have to trod, but we are doing our best to try and make the significant Chicago-based resources that we have available so more people can tap into them and make use of them. So I want to dig into a couple of things. So I'm going to try and share my screen here to show you something that I hope will be useful. So let's just see here. So everybody see the Chicago History Museum's homepage here. So I want to just show you where to find this document I'm going to be referencing. So I'm going to be talking about our digital first document. I just want to show you, if you go to our homepage, chicagohistory.org, you pan down to the bottom and go to the organization. If you click on that, you will go to a collection of documents that you can tap into, this being one of them. So the reason I'm sharing this is because I think it's useful for the History Museum to remind ourselves and that we have done this work. We started this project in 2016, finished it in 2017. This was an investigation through a collection of board and staff members to really dig into what we thought we could do with technology at the museum. It was not designed as a digital first document when it started. The start of this was an intellectual investigation into what a history museum could be using technology and how technology could help us in our process. And I'm going to page down to what I think is the most important page for this conversation, which is on page 11 here. So these three key points. We spent a lot of time talking to experts in the field, people who were in nonprofit communities already working in digital media. And I think three really important ideas came through that conversation. And I'll just say, as part of our investigation as a committee of staff members and board, we actually made it a point for every expert that we brought to the History Museum to talk to us about technology and digital tools or digital humanities. We created a moment for all staff to be invited to hear from these folks. So part of our arrangement with them was to sit sort of one-on-one with the committee and really think about technology, and their expertise, but then to actually have them give a formal presentation to staff so that everybody on staff benefited. And this, I think, turns out in some ways to be one of the foundational issues for the museum, is that staff, by and large, was brought along in some of the deep thinking and some of the really cutting edge thinking that was brought into the museum. We don't and didn't necessarily see ourselves as a cutting edge institution in terms of digital technology. So we were presented with ideas and ambitious projects that seemed frequently just beyond our capacity, but nevertheless, they can inspire and they can foster new activity that you didn't think necessarily was possible. So to focus on the three things, I just want to say, the first was to focus on values. So digital values, what do we mean by that? I think the idea is well expressed here in this paragraph, but just to paraphrase, I would say, rather than focusing on the technology itself, this hardware and the software, to really think more deeply about qualities and characteristics of the projects we were creating. What are we trying to achieve? Why are we doing this? There is value for an organization, any organization like ours that depends on private funding, federal funding, to just keep the doors open, to be engaged in digital work, right? Everybody wants to be supporting an organization that isn't, living in the dark ages of the 1970s, right? We are in 2020 and we need to be engaged digitally with the tools that are available and trying to reach broader audiences. So, but rather than just doing it for sort of the appearances of it, we really wanted to think deeply about why we would do it. What do we think would be the advantages of digging into digital? So that was number one, was to have that as a benchmark for anything that you wanted to do. It wasn't enough just that it be a sexy project. You actually had some qualities and characteristics that you could describe. The other one was that our audience is global. And I think that this is not surprising probably to anybody, but I just think it's a good reminder for all of us that for a museum specifically, when your base is a physical building, in our case in Chicago, in a neighborhood in Chicago, and the full-on engagement that you can have with people is largely done by them coming into your physical space. There are a lot of barriers for a lot of people to that. There are admission costs, there's parking costs, there's the financial aspect, there's the distance that people have to travel. There is familiarity. There's marketing and letting people know those things. Those are all issues to be overcome. There's the limitations of the amount of square footage you've got for galleries and exhibitions. So digital opens up a much broader collection of opportunities to engage people where they are and in the things that they're interested in. So that is a key thing to keep in mind, that in addition to that, you also have an audience of people who are interested in Chicago that's global. You have an interest of people who are interested in cities and city histories and how cities have developed over time. That's another global audience. That's not just a regional or even local audience. And the third piece is that Chicago has got some amazing stories of international interest. So Davis mentioned the Rayburn Fleurlage collection of Chicago blues photography. That's actually a musical archive. Fleurlage worked for many different record labels. So the musical history of Chicago in the sort of mid 20th century is really well documented in this collection. And we know there's an audience for that beyond Cook County and certainly even beyond the Collar County. So digital obviously opens up doors for us. So then it's one thing to just share that content digitally. It's another thing to create interpretive content to share with a wider audience. And the last of the three primary things I would say that were driving forces behind this document, which I encourage anybody who's got a link to the website to go take a look at, is try it. And that is just as simple as that. Do not be afraid of experimentation, to engage with this content, to try something. And you've heard that already here, Davis's stories, Gayatri and Anna's stories. I mean, people just need to, and I'm sure it's going to be throughout the rest of the conference, what we all need to be engaged in is the experimentation and the iterative processes that are allowed through digital. For us at the History Museum, the investments we have to make in a physical project like an exhibition, there are so many upfront costs. There's so much cost incurred in the process of putting a project like that together, that the idea of sort of saying, well, we didn't quite get it right, let's redo a big chunk of it or think about it differently, those become obstacles, the financial impact of that. But with digital, you have so much more iterative opportunity, and you can build that into your plan. So I just wanted to come back to what I think are the core elements of our digital plan, our digital first approach. And I think the other thing is here is that obviously with an exhibition program, we have to be prepared. Oh, sorry, here's the homepage. We have to be prepared to move through galleries. Galleries have temporary exhibitions in them. They go up for a certain amount of time and then they are off display. That's a real loss for our audience. It's a real loss for the organization. With digital tools, we have the opportunity then to not just archive these projects, but actually create ongoing digital experiences that are long-term and significant for audiences beyond the day they're created or the window of time over which a gallery is occupied. So the second thing in my conversation here, and I'm hoping that I'm staying on track because I want to spend a little time on the actual digital project that I've queued up, is the pandemic. It's come up a couple of times now in this series of presentations. The advantage we have of having done, I'm going to just move back here to this Digital First project. This was done, you can see the date on it, October 25th, 2017. So what that did for us as an organization was it set a lot of goals and objectives and desired outcomes from thinking digitally. But the reality is that when the pandemic hit and we had to close our doors for 4 months, I believe that our staff was primed to move into a digital form. It wasn't that it was easy. It was just probably as hard as it was for most organizations. But I think we had been spending some time thinking of ourselves as wanting to move in this direction for a long time. And that helped us do it when the time came. I just want to say, for anybody who's hearing this talk and this session in particular, if you're thinking about what you need to do in order to be moving in that direction, part of it is planning, part of it is preparation. And also, I think this also provided a sense of permission for experimentation in digital that maybe staff didn't necessarily feel was either something that was permitted or something that was in fact a priority. So pushing on this front back in 2016, 2017 allowed us the opportunity to be somewhat more prepared in 2020 when this situation happened and we suddenly had to just shift gears and become a different kind of organization, at least for those 4 months. But the truth is, coming out of those 4 months, we even though the building is back open again and we are inviting people back to the Chicago History Museum, our daily digital output is still high and really substantial. So we've become a more nimble organization and we've become a more digital organization just through this circumstance. So I would say that we, as a group, might think of ourselves as more invested and more capable in the digital humanities than we were just a year ago. I also want to say that part of what the History Museum's been doing for years is trying to make more of our resources digitally accessible. So you heard some of what people have been talking about in terms of accessing resources that might otherwise not be digitized. We have been spending a lot of time making sure that the digital resources we already have are available. Things like the Studs Terkel Oral History Collection, the huge project that we've taken on with the local radio station WFMT. The Studs Terkel Radio Archive is available, and it's an awesome resource for anyone thinking about doing digital humanities work. We have a massive photography collection at the Chicago History Museum, much of which it is digitally available, and you can get to it also online through our web portals. And we have a research center at the museum that is accessible to anybody who comes to the museum, but it's also got a lot of resources and a lot of opportunities for people to tap into our digital and non-digital resources through electronic means at the History Museum. So just meaning that you can go through our finding aids and some of our collection resources through technological means and discover whether it's worth your time to come to the History Museum to look at the physical resources. And of course, we're always trying to make more of those digitally available as we can. So I want to move on to what I think is the project that is been most substantial, I think, in really creating an opportunity for the History Museum to think of itself as a real having real skills in digital humanities. And I think it's the Chicago 00 project. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because we started this project in 2013, looking at how to use augmented and virtual reality to advance ongoing activity that would be core mission for us, right? So our goal at the History Museum, our mission is to help people make meaningful and personal connections to Chicago and history. So if you think about how to best do that, you can imagine there are lots of opportunities for the History Museum to sort of live that mission. Well, one of them would be to reach people who can't actually come to the History Museum, who want to be immersed in the city, both of the past and the present, and how to best do that using our resources. Well, we settled on this project as a way to begin some experimentation in immersive technology that could appeal to people both locally and from a distance through a collection of VR and AR experiences, so augmented and virtual reality. And I just want to go back. The obvious connection here to the Digital First project is this is core mission, immersing people in Chicago, helping them connect meaningfully to Chicago history. And I'll show you one of the examples in just a minute. This is global. The idea that the audience is global. Well, this product is available to anyone, anywhere, albeit with some language challenges. We are nevertheless making these available online and for free. So if you have just a screen, you can tap into these resources. And then the last of those three priorities from our experts in the Digital First planning was try it. This seemed beyond our scope. This seemed like something that was out of reach for the History Museum. We were not a Digital First organization in 2013. And this goes back a little bit to what Davis said about partnerships. We were able to partner with experts in the field from the School of the Arts Institute who partnered with us to help make this happen. So we had the resources, we had the content, they had the expertise, and they had the talent to tap into, the university talent to tap into. And this is this is the result of that collaboration. So I'm going to show a little video here just to give you a sense of what this project looks like. And then I'm going to show you one of the projects, and I think my time will be up. So here we go. So that was a little promo film that we created just to give people a sense of what we were doing, using the digital resources, the photographic resources of the collection to create an immersive then and now experience with Chicago history. We've done several of these projects now. I'm going to pan down the page. Hopefully all of you can see this. This is all available to you at the website above, chicago00.org. You can find it through the History Museum's website. The projects are here, the World's Columbian Exposition. We've done one on the Democratic National Convention protests of 1968, Century of Progress World's Fair of 1933-34, St. Valentine's Day Massacre of 1929, and then the Eastland disaster, which is an augmented reality experience that you do at the site of the Eastland disaster of 1915. I'm going to take you back to the World's Columbian Exposition and show you this page. So I assume everybody can see this screen. Yes. So the way we've organized the work then is around VR experiences that you can then tap into yourself. You can, if you've got a Google Cardboard or even just a flat screen, you can watch these experiences in this format. And each one of these experiences then is built around the notion that you can access the Chicago History Museum's digital resources. So on the left-hand side, you'll see the VR releases are over here. Other Chicago 00 projects that are mapped like this. And you can also tap into the photo archive. So I'm just going to go there quickly and show you that as well. So you can see that here you can tap into other resources that we've drawn from, and these are available for anyone then to tap into as well. So I'm just looking at time here. I think I'm gonna stop at this point and let Jonathan take over. But I encourage anybody to go to this website and take a look at it. This is sort of the experiment that proves the rule for thinking about being digital first, experimental and ambitious, but also it helps us as an organization realize that we can be more ambitious than maybe we imagine if we just look around at the resources within our own view at any given day. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Okay, thank you so much, John. I mean, I had spent a little bit of time on the Chicago 00 website before at various points, but it's you know, very interesting to hear how this fits into the larger institutional project, and then also just to learn more about how the institution is working with the tremendous holdings that you have, you know, which are just, as anyone who works in Chicago knows, are sort of, you know, mind-blowing in terms of scope and variety and quantity. So it's great to see those coming out. I'll just take a moment to remind people that if you have a question, please put it in the Q&A. I'll sort of try and do my best to make sense of those, as I'm also working through some of my questions. Thank you again to all of the presenters for these great presentations from three very different sort of perspectives, which I also really appreciated. And you know, maybe to get things going, I don't want to monopolize all of the Q&A time for myself, but to get things going, one question that I thought that I would like to hear from all of the presenters actually is how you think about assessing the impact of your project, however you define impact. I mean, I think we heard a little bit from Davis in the beginning very clearly about this sort of the way that you understand the impact of the project on the faculty at your school, right? So that has, you know, brought faculty into the digital humanities in a very effective way. But so I would be curious about, you know, how all of you think about institutional impact, but I'm also sort of thinking about scholarly impact, right? I mean, especially as somebody who's just transitioning from, you know, junior to sort of more senior faculty, you know, I'm still in that mindset of thinking of being, you know, really rooted in very conventional forms of scholarly work, and that's how things tend to be measured, you know, peer review, publications, et cetera, et cetera. So obviously, yeah, I'm sort of curious how you all think about that in terms of this work, that there's the, you know, the possibility of reaching broader audiences, but what are the ways in which you know, measure whether that's happening, or think about that side of the various projects that you put on the table. So I'll leave it to you, to the four of you to decide who wants to take a stab at this first.
Well, I'm happy to jump in. My answer would be a little different, Jonathan, just in terms of our last project, the World's Columbian Exposition project, which I featured a little bit there, was partially funded by the National Endowment for the Humanities. And the way we pitched that project was that we felt like we had felt like we'd heard from the field from a lot of folks who were working and maybe actually dabbling in VR and AR, that it was hard to really know best practices at this point, that there hadn't been a lot of hard evaluation done to look at how audiences were responding, whether they were responding, were they watching the whole experience, were they using them sort of as an interactive tool, or were they watching them like they were watching a film? You know, what was the experience and how effective was it? And so we were encouraged, as we were writing the grant for that project, to write in an evaluation piece, which was both an evaluation of the project before we did this of the entire project, the Chicago 00 project, but also of this experience itself, in order so that we could share it with people, with the field. And National Endowment for the Humanities was very interested in the idea that we would do two things. We would come up with an evaluation tool that we could share, and that we would share the results of the evaluation that we did. So all of that is just being wrapped up now. The grant ended at the end of last August, and I believe our federal report is due next month. And so at that time, partly what we're supposed to do is through venues like this, share the fruits of the grant, but also to start planning for how we can make those resources available. So it's less about, to not answer your question directly about how it's impacted the History Museum itself, but this is a way that I think the National Endowment for the Humanities is looking at these projects as really new and unique, and needing to share in sort of forums like this so that we're all learning from each other.
Great. Anyone else want to take up the first question?
We do have a question from the audience posted by Jenny Breyer. And she said, I would love to hear folks, oops, I need to make this more visible to myself. I would love to hear folks talk about how they approach translation from more narrative humanities practices to digital ones. How does interpretive text function in your work? How does it appear to get translated into digital narratives? Does it change in a meaningful way? Anyone want to take that one up?
Is it okay if I actually go back to Jonathan's question, because I really appreciate, and then I promise also return to Jenny's question. Yeah, I really appreciated your question, Jonathan, and it took me a little bit of time to kind of process my response, but that has been a central question for me and Gayatri the last few years, and the response is always evolving. And I think for us, the impact of the ways in which we are trying to measure the impact of the project is how the project can serve the communities that we are working with. And that, because this is Uptown, as many of you know, is a community that is still struggling through issues around housing, issues around healthcare access. We wanted to make sure that we can give something back to these communities. And so I think if we are successful, I think that success, we would measure that success in terms of whether our project can, speak to, the histories that they want us to tell, but also to the struggles that they are going through at the moment. And so I think impact to the community is very important for us. Engagement of the students in Uptown is also important for us. So, when we engage them in Uptown and they work on the digital projects that they do, if we are seeing, the issues reflected and mirrored back in through their digital stories, then we feel that at least we can assess that it's making that kind of an impact. So I think student engagement and community impact are two things that are really central to our project. But thank you for that question, because this is working with community organizations is not easy, and it's work that we really have to think through constantly. And so I think that is a question that we always have to that's are always on the backs of our minds. So thank you.
Yeah. No, and part of my reason for asking that also was that I know in my own efforts with this kind of stuff, I get very excited about what it might mean for my scholarship. And then, sometimes I need to stop and say, where's that going? Davis, thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks. And I appreciate all of these answers. I think I could very briefly say something about each one, but I endorse all the things that Anna and John said on these questions. To go back to your initial question, Jonathan, for tenure stream faculty, there is potentially a trap here, right? Which is, if you spend all of your time, a year or two, working on the digital project, but that is not seen as legitimate within your institution, that's not a good way to spend your time. And so you need to have really clear sense of what the metrics are. And even in our institution, which is small, it's teaching, scholarship, service in that order. Scholarship is important. We would count a digital project, but we wouldn't count a digital project that comes from us, that we are paying faculty to do, to be then a legitimate thing for tenure. So there are lots of traps and snares to work through. And the way I worked it out with the junior faculty is this was a good thing to do when we were paying people when it fit nicely with their research. So you're going to write an article, you're going to do the other things that you do that you're doing anyway. And this is just a way to help move your own research forward. So do be careful if you're in that tenure situation. And there's lots of talk within the digital humanities community about how to navigate these issues. Second, to the really interesting question in the chat, I think of the, the translation question. Translation is real. I often think of it as transaction. It's not the same modality. And so you don't want to make the mistake of taking your narrative piece that's written in a Word document and thinking about, oh, how do I take that and just make it now a digital thing where I'm adding images or putting it on a timeline? Recreate it, explode it, take your scissors, cut it up, unpack it, start again. All you have is one project that exists in one modality, and you need to completely reinvent it for the tools that you have. But people get stuck when their vision is too textually focused in its original way. And so I just love, for instance, I can't remember what the name of your 3D timeline was, Gayatri and Anna, from your project. I was like, wow, I would have never thought to even do a timeline in that way. The technology is changing so frequently that can really guide what you can do with narrative elements. But let me stop there.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
I'll just
sorry, go
add
ahead,
to
Gayatri.
that, I guess, just to say, I think, in some ways, I absolutely endorse that sort of thinking about sort of textually and then translating that into this does not work. And so the only other thing two things I would say is one is that technology is both helpful and not so helpful sometimes. And so for that timeline, for instance, sort of the drawback to it is we have so much information we want to put out there, but it's just impossible to really do justice to it if we want to put all of the text and the images, etc. And so you are forced, which is difficult for us academics sometimes, to kind of, think in smaller bite-sized chunks and kind of pick and choose what story you're telling and then choose the particular smaller parts to it. And so that is both sort of liberating and sometimes frustrating as all hell.
Yeah, I think maybe that's provides a prompt to sort of group together a couple other questions that have been put in the Q&A around sort of the pragmatics of working with the technological aspects. So there's a question about obtaining permissions, which is actually something I'm really interested in and that I imagine you've all dealt with in different ways. There's also then a question about, how do you, and if you do, how do you think about the sort of prospects for archiving and maintaining these projects over the long term? And then I'm going to add my own sort of question to this, which is how do you all sort of think about, how do you make decisions about which of the so many different platforms that are out there you do? I mean, my own limited experience is it takes so much time to explore what a platform is capable of before you even put anything into it. So permissions, archive, and sort of technology and decision making are the topics. I don't know. I mean, I think maybe Gayatri and Anna, if you want to start, just because your timeline seemed to be such a good example of that and caught a couple of people's attention.
Sure. I guess I'll start by saying it just takes endless gobs of time to actually, for each little image that we've put up there to actually get the copyright or the follow-up with those things, even if it is fair use. I think increasingly it's been challenging to kind of get the copyright stuff. And so that's sort of taken time. And in some instances, rightly so, that people have asked for monetary amounts, even though it is a fair use. And they agree, but they still say, if you could give us a little something. So that's one thing that has been sort of more challenging than not in terms of permissions. And then I forget the other thing was how do you choose which platform? And that has absolutely, Jonathan, to your point, it has taken a lot of time. As I said, we began this 4 years ago, and we knew that we wanted to actually capture a range of different kinds of sensorial engagements. And so we could not find anything that really allowed us to not only capture sort of the depth and the length of the historical and archival stuff that we're doing, but also allow us to use audio and video and all of these things, which is why we actually began building a virtual reality platform, because it was the one way that we could actually put up as much of the multimedia content that we wanted while giving somebody and the ability to kind of virtually experience that. But of course, that takes so much money that we did not either have the money or the time to write the grants to do it. To Davis's point, with all of the ways in which it's changing, of course, but it's changing very slowly, how digital humanities are counted as real research, if you will. And so that has been challenging. And so we experimented with a few other things. And to the timeline, as I said earlier, it's the drawback to that is the minute you actually put up 2 or 3 things at one point, you actually can't see the content. And so it really does it works, I think, to give sort of the scale, the aesthetics of it are great in terms of the 3D format, but if you, the limitation of that is this. And so what we're hoping to do is to create mini timelines that accompany it, as well as multiple different walking tours so that people can sort of curate their experiences differently, but that's sort of both possible through this technology and also the limitation of.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Davis.
Oh, no, sorry, thanks, if we still have time. So the permission issue is huge. And if that flow chart that I shared before, which I sent a copy to Carla, I'm happy to share with anyone. You know, permissions you have to think of in that first screen, not at the end. And the rookie mistake is to build your whole, your website and then say, now let me go get permissions, because you're going to be very disappointed quickly. I also believe that certainly this is the Mellon Foundation's belief, but it's also my belief. If you're doing this work, you're doing it for open access reasons, right? You don't want to create anything that you have a limited license to use for 2 weeks or for a year. What we want to do is make things public and accessible, and that's in the spirit very much of the Uptown Project and the other things that the History Museum is doing. So that can cause trouble, but I often found that if you're thoughtful about it and you take the time to explain the intent of the project and how you're not monetizing things and not taking away business from someone, you can actually get pretty far with a low budget. It just takes the time to do that work and someone who understands fair use and copyright issues. So you need a little bit of that intentional thinking behind it. That just seems extremely important at the get-go.
Great, thank you. And I think we've already overrun our allotted time, so we'll stop now. I'll turn it over to Carla. But thank you to all the presenters for 3 fantastic presentations.
Yeah, that was amazing. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Yeah, virtual round of applause there. So we are cutting into our scheduled break, so let's take a very brief 5-minute break. And the next session will be a workshop with Carly Kosarik titled Teaching Digital Culture, and we will begin that at 10:50. Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Yeah, and I'll just say, panelists, if you see a question in the Q&A and you want to answer it during the break, please feel free to type in that answer so that the attendee can see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, everyone, welcome back after that very short break. I'd like to introduce Carly Kosarik. Carly is Associate Professor of Digital Humanities and Media Studies and Director of Humanities Graduate Programs at the Illinois Institute of Technology. She is a practicing game designer and the author of 2 books, Coin-Operated Americans, Rebooting Boyhood at the Video Game Arcade, published by the University of Minnesota Press in 2015, and Brenda Laurel, Pioneering Games for Girls, published by Bloomsbury in 2017. Her articles have appeared in journals such as Game Studies, the Journal of Popular Culture, Technical Communication Quarterly, and the Journal of Gaming in Virtual Worlds, among others. Her recent projects include a special issue of Feminist Media Histories on video game history. Currently, she is pursuing a comprehensive study of the Games for Girls movement, supported by funding from the National Science Foundation. In today's workshop, Teaching Digital Culture, participants will learn about digital tools for facilitating rich, multimodal analysis of online communities and cultural practices. Specific topics will include instructor safety in an age of targeted harassment, encouraging and supporting creative approaches to scholarly communication and analysis among students, and how to make space for improvisation and creativity so that we, as instructors, can be responsive to students' needs and strengths. This workshop is designed to be accessible to instructors of various experience levels and assumes no specific technical knowledge. Thank you so much, Carly, for being here with us.
Yeah, thanks, Carly, for the introduction. So I'm going to share my screen, hopefully correctly. I think one of the things that has been actually weirdly nice about the pandemic is watching everyone have problems all the time, because I always feel like I personally am failing, but there's something really like comforting almost about being in a meeting where every single person is having technical problems that are different, because I think we're all trying our best, and I think sometimes you do your best and it just doesn't work. So I'm going to talk about teaching digital culture today. This is an area I've been teaching in for about 10 years, and my approach has changed over time. I shift a lot in kind of how I think about things. And this was originally going to be a bit more interactive than I can really manage on this platform, but hopefully it's still helpful. I am fairly informal, so if you have a question while I'm talking that you're like, I need to ask this right now, just put it in the chat and I will try and catch that. If I don't see it, I'll come back to it when I do see it. But anyway, I'm at Illinois Tech here in Chicago, and this actually is my Bitmoji office that I made. I saw a bunch of K-12 teachers were making Bitmoji classrooms, and my friends were arguing over whether or not that was a waste of time, and I was like, I love it, I'm doing it. And this is just like it's actually pretty low tech. You just use the Bitmoji app, and then the background was made in Google Slides, and I just make different slides and screenshot them. But it's been really nice, I think, for just giving kind of a sense of presence and personality to like my Blackboard site for my class and my slideshows for class, because I think the thing that my students miss often is my tone. And so I really try and kind of get that back in the classroom when I'm remote. So here's kind of the overview of what I want to talk about. I'm going to talk about safety first, because that's been something that's really been top of mind for me. And then I want to talk a little bit about how to use learning objectives when you're teaching digital things. I think sometimes those get I think we get excited about the flashy tools and forget to focus on what we want the outcomes to be. And maybe I'm just picking on myself, I don't know. And then I want to talk about kind of like media analysis as media making, because that's really something that drives the types of projects I have students do. And then finally kind of talk about some of the tools I use and why I use them or recommend not using them. I have made many mistakes in my life. Cool. So let's talk about safety. So I'm going to start off and talk about targeted harassment. And this is kind of an umbrella term that's gained a lot of traction in talking about kind of what it means to exist in the online space. Targeted harassment can be being placed on a professor watch list. It can be, having just a campaign to call your university to say that they fire you because you said something on the internet people don't like, or in a classroom that people don't like. It's connected to online mobbing or the ideas of dogpiling. And it's something that I think many universities are unprepared to deal with and are seeing an increasing amount of. So Bummer. So there's a lot of things you can do to protect yourself. There's also things you can do to protect your peers. And I really think we have to think of this at two levels, right? You need to think about it as something that has individual victims, which is a huge problem, but also think about it as something that's affecting the profession and maybe affecting not necessarily you directly, but your department or your colleagues or your graduate students or even your undergraduate students. So there's different levels you can kind of think about this at. There's lots of things that I think universities can and should do. And whenever I say the university, I often mean us, right? Like I think we have to work with the university at all levels to get these things in. They're not always obvious to people in positions of power or who are guiding policy. So first of all, I think it's important for universities to have a policy and a response plan for targeted harassment before it happens. It's been a few years since I've dealt with this directly, but like I got covered in Breitbart, and you do not want to be covered in Breitbart. It ends in tears. And so I popped up on lots of different kinds of places that people go to, I think, to look for people to send angry, mean emails to or something like this. I'm not really sure, but the problem was that there was like no policy in place to deal with this. The university didn't really understand like why I was so upset or what I was afraid of. And that situation actually escalated over a period of a few years and ended with me having like a student stalking me in person. And a lot of times this doesn't escalate that way, but I'm just mentioning that as kind of like my personal context for this. So, oh shoot, sorry. Wait, did that? Whatever. I'm getting notifications and it's super confusing for me. Hang on. Okay. So sorry. I can't look at chat while I'm doing this. I apologize. So there has to be a policy in place ahead of time, because otherwise you have someone who's dealing with this you have someone that's dealing with this that is also at the same time trying to show the university what's happening, but also just kind of explain the context in which that's happening. And that's a lot. And it's a lot to deal with at a point where someone might be panicking, understandably. So it's worth, even if you're thinking that would never happen, it's worth working with your university now to make sure you have some kind of policy on what security measures they take, how they talk about that faculty member, and things like that. Like I saw one recently where a faculty member was targeted over a comment they made on their personal Facebook, and the university immediately was like, responded in this way that seemed to be condemning the professor, but why is the university even engaging? I think is actually a good question. So there's different ways to think about that. You can also think about ways to actively protect classroom materials as IP, and universities can and should do that in some cases. And so that would help address things like unauthorized recording, photographs, and other surveillance strategies that are often deployed in ways to try and make professors look bad. We've all seen the danger of video being edited or doctored or kind of decontextualized to cause problems. And that doesn't mean like classrooms should never be recorded or something, but it does mean like maybe we should know if it's being recorded, because there's things and ways that we behave differently when we're on camera, and we know we're on camera. Like I know I'm on camera right now. And then finally, and kind of maybe like in most dire circumstances, those policies should include a policy for campus no contact orders that address online engagement. So if you have a student who is engaging in targeted harassment against a faculty member on the campus where that student is enrolled, that's something that should be treated seriously, because that can escalate, and also that student's in a position to seed and feed information about you to external parties who the university might not know about or doesn't have the same kind of influence or oversight of. There's also lots of things that people can and should do as individuals. So for example, make sure you keep your accounts secure. And I know like this is that thing that you hear all the time. And it's just like, oh gosh, it's so much work. So I always recommend turning on two-factor authentication for things where it might make sense. So public-facing accounts in particular, if you have Twitter, if you have a blog, if you have public-facing Facebook, those are kinds of accounts that are most likely to be targeted. And also I recommend using a password manager. I was a late adopter on this because I was just like, I don't know, that sounds really confusing. But multiple people I know that work in various kind of security and tech capacities have said this is actually the way to go. So lock down anything that makes sense to lock down. Like, don't have public photos that you aren't aware of them being public. Don't have your default on Facebook be public unless you're very aware of that and are making decisions about what you're posting based on that. And then the last thing I recommend is to have a plan for support. And again, this is something I would say pay attention to in advance. One of the things that you may end up needing to do if you are targeted in this way is trying to monitor what's being said about you online, and trying to monitor what's being said about you online in the worst parts of the internet while you're already kind of stressed out and scared about what's happening is terrible. So it's really useful to have kind of an idea of who are the like handful of people you could ask to try and look into that for you and try to let you know if there's something they really need to know about. Because a lot of it, I just don't need to know. Like, I don't need to know that that person like thinks I'm ugly in this particular way. I do need to know that someone posted my home address. Those are very different things. And so it's useful to have a plan for who to ask for help if this kind of thing gets started and you're targeted. There's some great resources. I'm really partial to LastPass as a password management. The American Association of University Professors has lots of online resources, whether or not you're a member. And that includes, if you just search like AAP targeted harassment, they have guidelines for universities, they have guidelines for faculty, they have lots of clear documentation about what this is. They have white papers and research papers about kind of the effect of targeted harassment on academic freedom and on academic integrity, which is very interesting. And then PEN America, the writers organization, has an excellent website, like a whole website, that's the PEN Online Harassment Field Manual. And I really recommend, again, having these handy. Even if you're not targeted directly, this is going to happen to someone at your institution at some point. And the reason I'm bringing this up when I talk about teaching digital culture is teaching digital culture, I think, exposes you in certain ways. One is you're talking about things that students care about and have opinions about, which is great, right? But it can also mean that like you might be exposed in different ways than if you were teaching about American history pre-1865, to pick on a class I could teach. Right? And so it's a different experience. Also, online culture is rife with harassment. So when you're teaching about these things, you end up talking about harassment. And sometimes this seems to create some kind of like, you know, terrible snake swallowing its own tail thing where you talk about harassment and that somehow triggers harassment. So it's just a mess. There's lots of great research and resources about it, but I really think it's important to talk about because I think we all need to be aware and alert and prepared in advance so you aren't surprised later. And again, I really, really think we need to work to make sure our institutions are aware of these problems, because I think institutions are often reactive, but if they were proactive, they would make different decisions that might be better for the institution and for the faculty being targeted. So what do I teach? I actually teach a lot of different things, right? But I always am focused on kind of a handful of learning objectives. And these are like how to evaluate sources of information, how to read, construct, and deconstruct cultural and historical arguments, and what it means to enact and embody values. And my students often kind of think I'm joking because I talk in a jokey way, but you know, I tell them, I'm like, oh, you signed up for game design? Well, I'm going to talk about how you're going to die someday and you need to think about what you leave behind. And I do actually talk about that, right? I think whenever I design a class, I always try and start with like, what do I want students to be able to do at the end? And what do I want them to know? Who do I want them to be at the end of class that maybe they aren't when they come in? And that doesn't mean like I change who they are, right? But it means I help them grow into who they're going to be, or who they want to be. And so these are things I can apply broadly. And these are the learning objectives I always care about. Any learning objective I write is usually a derivative of one of these. And those are what I teach regardless of topic. If I'm teaching video game history, if I'm teaching digital culture, if I'm teaching a graduate class on theory, like these are always things I really care about. So those are the learning objectives. I think with digital culture, sometimes it's like, oh, I'm going to teach them about memes. That's so fun. And then like, but I need to go back and remember this. But I even find, you know, I can teach students like a class session on how to take selfies. And I actually get to talk about this, which is super fun. And it gives it a way to engage and do a hands-on thing in a really like low stakes way, right? Like when we're in person, they all have smartphones in their pockets. They're ready to go. Something I want to mention that I think we forget really easily is that a lot of students are bad at the internet. We assume students have familiarity with tools and platforms, and they have like zero familiarity with them. You know, if you ask students how many use Instagram, if you ask students like how many know how to edit a photo or edit a video, like you'll have some students that are really, really accomplished at these things, but often on average, they're not very. You know, and I one of my first hints of this, and I've had many, but one of the times I ran into this that I thought was so funny is I work with students to do oral history projects in one of my classes, and they're supposed to take photos of the people they interview, and they were taking the worst photos, right? The composition was bad, they were too far away, or they were like at weird angles. They were unflattering of the people they were taking photos of, like just really strange, right? Like the photos were bad in ways I found really strange. And I found that most of them had never really thought about photography at all, right? So we all take pictures all the time, but we don't necessarily think about composition or lighting or like why you should crop the photo in camera instead of later, or like what digital zoom does. And so these are things that kind of I take for granted that my students don't. And so I'll often, when I do that class now, I spend a whole day on photography and representation and what it means to be photographed by people. And how to photograph people respectfully, right? And students really have fun with that. And I send them out to take pictures of each other and then like talk through, you know, the person you took the photo of tells you why they do and don't like those photos. You talk through all these kinds of aspects of it. And it's really different, right? Like it's really different than they're used to taking photos. And I've actually had students, you know, it's this like short activity and they mentioned that later. They're like, this really changed how I think about, you know, when my friends or my family members say, I don't like that picture. Now I actually think about why, right? And I think about my own responsibility as someone that's photographing people. But anyway, the real point is a lot of students are bad at the internet. They don't know how to find sources at the library. They don't know things, and that's fine. They don't have to know yet. We're here to teach them, but it's important to remember that we're here to teach them, right? Like I try not to assume my students know how to take notes. They don't, right? Often know how to take notes. I try not to assume my students know how I expect them to read. They don't. They have no clue how I expect them to read. And in fact, the way I expect them to read might be different from how one of my peers expects them to read. So I really need to make clear expectations and talk to them clearly. And that's true about everything. And I need to assume that they don't necessarily know what I want them to do. They might not be familiar with platforms we're using. They may have never written a blog post before. That's all fine, right? Like I need to work with them where they are. And it's my responsibility to make sure that I'm working with them where they are. And I stress this over and over again, because I think sometimes we think, I'm going to teach digital culture. Students totally know about that and they'll be really excited. And they are really excited, but they don't necessarily know about it in the way that we think they would. So I want to talk about tools. And a lot of what I'm going to talk about is tools, because hopefully this is where it's most useful and broadly applicable. And I have a few kind of like overview meta points about tools you might use for classes, and especially for class assignments. The first one is to limit options. So that doesn't mean say you can only do one thing, but it does mean maybe give a framework of like, here are the tools you can use because I know how to help with them. Because students don't always have a good sense of scope, and project scope is like a huge recurring thing I would recommend thinking about. You want to map the tools to goals. So if the learning outcome or the thing you want students to be able to do fits that tool, great, use that tool. If it doesn't fit that tool, maybe don't, right? Sometimes we're just adding bells and whistles and adding difficulty, and it doesn't serve the students. Provide instruction, right? They're not good at the internet. They may never have done the thing you're asking them to do. So really structure into your class some time to really teach them how to use those tools. And then finally, demonstrate a production process that includes iteration, peer feedback, and improvement. I think all production is iterative. There was some talk at the first panel about project management, and I think project management is so hugely important, and it's not something students have an intuitive sense of. It's not something I had an intuitive sense of. It's something built through trial and error, but hopefully we can help students by modeling some of that, by providing structure for some of that, so they're not just like fumbling around trying to figure a thing out, but are instead getting the kind of scaffolding and growth opportunity they need to really develop and deploy new skills that will help them, right? So I'm going to talk about a few different kinds of assignments I use and what tools you can use for them and kind of what some pros and cons of those might be. The first one I want to talk about is zines, which is like the lowest tech thing, or it can be the lowest tech. I took an undergrad class like a million years ago where I actually did a zine for the class, and I loved it. I thought it was such a fun assignment and it was neat, and I loved seeing everyone else in the class's work, because we actually like would make copies and pass them around, which is not something that I've ever done with an academic paper in a class. And so it was really an opportunity to think about things in a new way. And I actually still make zines, and if I had thought, I would have put one on my desk to show you. I make a zine that I have professionally printed called Save Point, that's about the history of video games, and I draw it and rewrite it, and I do almost everything. And then I also do one-offs. So I did like a little cute coloring book called Color in Games, that's just like little drawings that you can Xerox and color, and it's one sheet of paper, you know, like, and it was just like a fun little thing I did one night. Part of why I like doing that is that I'm not trained as an artist. I'm not an artist really. I have no skill at drawing that's special. It's just fun. And it's nice to do things that you don't have to be good at. And so I like drawing because I don't have to be good at it. And I think sometimes through these projects, we can remind students that they don't have to be good at everything. And some of that is dependent on how we put our rubrics together. So we're assessing them for things they can control, right? Or things that they will succeed at. So zines, you can use lots of different kinds of tools. You can use Canva, which I really like. It has a really robust free version. You can use Word or Google Docs. There's some really good templates for Word that actually put all your pages in page order for printing by default, which is really nice. Or you can even just use pen and paper and just draw, right? Like, or handwrite them, or print out your text and cut it up and glue it. Like, it's really up to the students. This has a lot of room for creativity. It also has a lot of room that if someone does have advanced technical skills, they can use them. But if they don't, that's fine too. In the spring, I had students in my history of video games class. We were supposed to do an oral history project that became unsafe because of the pandemic. And so I gave them kind of a handful of options of things they could do. And one of them was a zine or booklet or brochure, right? Like something like that. And one group of students did, I thought it was such a great project. They took early diverse characters in video games. So characters who aren't white, because most characters in video games are white. And they went and looked at them, and they wrote about them and researched them and talked about why they were important. But then they actually talked about what was wrong with that representation, and they redrew the character as they would imagine that character, as like a representation that felt positive and like authentic and something they could connect with. And it was such like a beautiful in critical engagement through a really different form, right? So it made like a little coloring book that you would give to a child, but it was making a fairly sophisticated argument about representation and the stakes of that. Thought it was great. So zines can be a great way to talk about visual and multimodal communication. They can be a good way to get students drawing and thinking about graphics and things like that. They're really good for identifying and communicating with a specific audience. This is something students struggle with, right? Like they get used to you, the professor, as their audience. They're always writing in this kind of like academic way, but if you ask them to think about an audience and who something's for, that can actually really push them to do some new thinking, and I think it's a really important skill we can help them with, right? These are also a great way to look at research skills at the library, or also interviewing. It really depends on the specifics of the assignment and what you want them to know how to do. So make a zine about a specific historical topic, or make a zine that identifies a theme in the class that you care about. Make a zine that tells, you know, a personal story in a way that you're comfortable sharing, right? Like there's lots of ways to use these. They can be small projects, or they can be more substantial projects. These also work really well collaboratively, which is a nice thing as well. So these can be used, this is something that can be used for almost any kind of topic. And I've used them for digital culture. I like making them talk about digital things using analog media. It's fun for me. Another thing are video essays, and I've had students make absolutely stunning video essays. I've had students make video essays that made me a little sad to watch because they felt like they weren't taking advantage of the medium. And that's something throughout all these. Really, students need coaching on how to take advantage of the medium and use the strengths of that medium. So for video essays, you can use tools like iMovie, Lightworks, HitFilm Express, or Adobe Premiere. Some of these are free, some of them cost. It depends on what you have access to on your campus or what your students have access to. I really like teaching storyboarding. I find students use this as a really powerful tool, and it helps them with lots of things. I don't talk about podcasts, but some of these things like the storyboarding apply to podcasts as well. Really useful to have them storyboard those. Again, a good place to talk about visual and multimodal storytelling with video essays. I wrote storyboarding twice. Apparently I was very excited about storyboarding when I was working on this. You can work with them on script writing, which is, they kind of like don't intuitively realize that you actually script things, even if they're factual, right? And again, that can be somewhere to talk about interviewing. You can also teach basics of video editing. And again, this is something where you can give students a little bit of instruction and you'll get really powerful results, right? So storyboarding, scripting, video editing, this is somewhere also to really, really talk about scope. I find students think they're gonna make like a 10 to 15 minute video, and they have no clue that doing a 10 to 15 minute video is probably gonna take them like 30 to 40 hours, right? So realistically, you probably actually want them, if the paper for the class was going to be 5 pages, you probably want like a 2-minute video, right? And that's again where to talk about editing and scripting and how to make sure that the visual elements and audio elements, all these things are working together to increase the sophistication. So it's not just like 2 minutes of talking. I really recommend, as a resource both for you and your students, the Journal in Transition, which is a journal of videographic criticism. It's sponsored by the Society for Cinema and Media Studies and Media Commons. And often those are really great essays, mostly about film, but they're good examples for students and a good way to start thinking about like what can be done in a video essay that couldn't necessarily be done in another form. So video essays can be a really great way to talk about visual media because they let you put those things in conversation in one text. So I want to talk about twine games. I do twine games a lot. I love them. I've made twine games that were released. Twine is an extremely powerful and extremely easy to use tool. It's a free development tool for interactive fiction. It assumes almost no technical knowledge. It's a little quirky, but once you learn a few basic kind of markup type things, you can do all kinds of things with it, and it's really, really powerful. And I've seen really beautiful, sophisticated work come out of this with my students. And I start off by just doing an in-class little game jam where I walk them through how to use twine, and then I set them all up and they're supposed to make a game that has no more than 200 words in it. And sometimes they do really funny, quirky things with that, right? Like it's a fun opportunity. You can embed images, you can embed audio, you can actually use random number generators and things to drive game elements in it. It's a really powerful tool, and how much you want students to do with that depends really on how much time you have to spend teaching them a tool, right? I think one of the biggest mistakes that happens is we don't budget the time to teach students to use a tool because we assume they know how to edit a video or they know like what a good video looks like, but they really don't, right? They don't know what it takes to make a game. They don't know what it takes to make these things. Of course, you'll get students that are outliers that have spent like time doing this. Twine games also, I have to mention, are great for teaching narrative structures. So if you teach like theater or literature or creative writing, like twine is great for that. And I actually, the class I use twine in most heavily is an interactive storytelling class, and we spend tons of time on dramatic structure and things like that. Again, this can be a tool where you do library and internet research. It's also great for just talking about hypertext, which I think we're so used to now that we forget to think of as like a specific kind of like medium with its own capabilities and affordances. And this can be a useful tool because it is a little less glossy. It can be a good tool to get students thinking about that again and kind of like visualizing it. If you are old enough to remember HyperCard, in some ways it's like a little reminiscent of HyperCard, which is, I think, fun and nice. So oral history is another thing I do, and this is really most directly in line with my background and my training. I come out of an American Studies program that was heavily focused on cultural history and was trained in oral history. So I like doing oral history. I love having students do them. They're often really excited about them. And community members are usually very excited to talk to my students. Like, it's just like a nice thing all around. I've had students collect oral histories related to Coin Op in Chicago a few different times. We were supposed to do it again last spring and obviously couldn't. But they've collected between 20 and 30 interviews, and those are actually like in a collection at the archive on our campus now, and I'm working with them to get them back online so that they'll be accessible for researchers. But they're really, really neat, right? But they're also a ton of work. And I think that's one of the things we forget too, is sometimes the amount of work that's that it takes to do this kind of hands-on production is really profound, and we need to really think about what that means for students. So I recommend, you know, you might use a tool like GarageBand or Audacity. Audacity, I really like, it's free. Have students work in teams. This seems like something that would be no big deal to have someone do alone, but in fact, it really works better with like a team of three to five. And I also recommend that just for safety reasons. As students sometimes end up interviewing people at their businesses, or even a couple times I've had students go into people's homes. And I have much less anxiety about doing that if the students are working together, so they're never alone. And I always tell them, never go somewhere alone. I have no reason to believe any of the people we're interviewing are dangerous in any way. And in fact, most of them have been extraordinarily generous and lovely to my students. I've had arcade owners like hand them like handfuls of tokens so that the students can play lots of games and really understand what they do. I've had people give them posters. Like it's really, a nice way to connect with a community that's really excited about what they do. But you're gonna have to provide specific training for students on a lot of things to do oral history, because it's not just go interview someone. It's provide specific training on interviewing, photography, audio editing, human subjects, like ethics, right? This really works best as kind of a semester-long iterative project. So I have students write their questions, I have them identify who they're gonna talk to, right? Like all these things are separate steps. And then at the end, I have them write like a little blurb introducing the thing, and have them excerpt a short audio clip. So if someone just wants to listen online without downloading the whole thing, they can. This does require some specialized equipment. Students always try and record these on their phones, and it kills me, and I scold them, and they still do it. And I get it, right? Like we all use our phones for everything right now. It's a very sophisticated tool. It is not a great audio tool. And so when you try and do audio recording that's supposed to be like at a quality where you can listen later, it's not always great. So I really recommend getting actual dedicated recorders. Roland makes some really affordable ones that are quite good, and actually get an external directional microphone. You only need like 1 or 2 kits to run a whole class with this, because students don't all interview at the same time. And this isn't necessarily super difficult to use equipment. And it's, again, another place to kind of give them some skills and things like that. So posters or infographics is the last one I'm going to talk about. And then I'm going to transition from that into actually kind of doing a walkthrough of how I would structure an assignment. And I hope any of this is helpful. I'm trying really hard. So posters or infographics, again, are something I think we think students just know, and they totally don't. Like some do, some are really good at this, but they don't necessarily have a background in page design or typography or any of the things that goes into this. They don't know like what fair use means. They don't know that you can't just like use images because they feel like it. And so with all of these, it's really great to talk about resources where you can get things that you're allowed to use, right? Like YouTube provides audio that's free to use. There's Unsplash, which is a stock photo source. Canva includes tons of graphics that you're allowed to use, or others that you can license for like $1. So for this, you can use tools like Canva or PicMonkey, Photoshop, obviously. I don't like how Photoshop deals with text, but we'll go with it. The graphic image manipulation program, which is a open source version of Photoshop, is something I also recommend. You have to provide specific training on typography and page layout. It's not intuitive. Students don't know like how big text needs to be or anything like that. And they don't really think about space or like how many fonts to mix or color theory or any of that. And it's so fun to get to go through those, and those are so powerful, right? You're giving people tools they can use to really do top-notch work in lots of different contexts. Again, this is something that works best as an iterative process, and you really need specific goals in terms of student process, or they'll do anything, right? Like this is such an open-ended thing, and that's true with all of these. Like you really need specific learning goals and a very structured, constrained assignment, because without constraints, everyone really scopes bizarrely. And that includes me. I'm not, I pick on students because I'm talking about students. I would like to also pick on myself. So if the output form isn't a learning objective, offer an alternative. And this is where I start talking about improvisation and things like this. If your class is really, like if the learning objective for my class is to be competent at doing library research on history and writing a historical paper, or making a historical argument, and the class is not specifically about video in some way, I always make sure there's an additional option for the assignment. So if the assignment is, you know, you can do a video essay of 3 to 5 minutes, right? That's like your big semester project, or you can write like a 10 to 12 page paper, or 10 to 15 page paper, or whatever's appropriate depending on specifics. Some of that's because there are students that aren't necessarily going to be interested in that kind of technical thing. And if you're not spending a lot of time on that as a learning objective and as something that students knew they were getting into, like when they looked at the syllabus, I think it just sets everyone up for a lot of tension and kind of like feeling a little like misled or a little confused about what they need to do. I've run into this with the oral history project in the past, actually, and I have not made that project optional because it's really structural to the class, but what I have done is really stress at the beginning, my goal is that you know the tools of history and can use them. One of the tools we're learning is oral history, therefore you must do an oral history. So there's ways to work with that, but I always recommend having an alternative because there are students that maybe have ambitions where they actually really need like a 10 to 15 page paper on the topic of your class because they want to apply to grad school and they need writing samples, or they just really love doing papers. I don't know, right? And so I always try and think about like what some opportunities might be there. Also, when I think about improvising, some of that is I usually don't set the topics for the last few weeks of my class when I first set up the class. Even when I'm teaching history, especially when I'm teaching contemporary topics, because things happen, the students are interested, and I want time to talk about them. So let's say we're going to make infographics. I'm going to kind of walk through an infographic example of an assignment and how I would structure it and how I would treat it in my class. So I'd start with examples. I'm going to here show this particular example that is quite recent and I love. It's by Abby Richards, who's a master's student who apparently was talking to someone on Tinder when she didn't want to write a paper and was talking about conspiracies. And she's like, but they're not all the same, right? Like they're actually like, there's like differences in how bizarre these are, how dangerous they are, what the stakes of them are. And this is her kind of infographic of that, and it's the conspiracy chart, right? And it has different levels where you start with like things that have actually happened that sound like they might be conspiracies, but they're not. They're things that have actually happened, right? And so like it has like MK Ultra, FBI spying on John Lennon, you know, I can't read all of them because the text is quite small. This is easy to find online if you want to look at it in detail. I don't need to go over all of it, but this is like a super compelling infographic. It touches on things students are probably thinking about and reading about right now. And so it's timely, it's interesting, it's recent, it's from a student, which I like. She's a grad student, but still a student. And so I'd start with some examples and I'd probably show like 5 to 10. And then I would proceed to in-class discussion. And that in-class discussion would include printing out on paper some examples and giving like small groups of students an example to look at and asking them to kind of talk through it and then come up with a couple sentences of what they would tell the class. Students, I do this with advertisements as well, depending on what I'm trying to teach, but students often haven't really spent time on kind of that kind of visual literacy where I'm like, okay, who's this for? What's it about? Who's the audience? Who made it? What are the stakes of it, right? Like, and teaching them to ask those kinds of questions that analysis proceeds from. Again, really powerful, right? If you learn how to read ads critically, like you'll be able to read ads critically. That's a useful life skill. And it's also something that will help you do really sharp analysis for other academic classes. So then I go into the in-class discussion. So we're really spending some time on it. And then I assign a short analysis. And this is a written analysis in this case, or it might be like a verbal analysis. I could do audio, I guess, or have them present a few slides or something. And so each student or a pair of students would be analyzing different infographics from the pool, but not the ones I passed out. I'd have like more on my desk, right? And so that'd be like a short analysis. I'd probably ask them to write like a page or two, right? And I'm having them do that because I'm having them practice those analytical skills and really spend time with the medium. Then I'd spend a class period with whatever hands-on tools I'm going to use. This is a screen cap of Canva. So if I was going to do infographics right now, I'd probably spend a class period on Canva, and I would have them make something really basic, like a poster using a template or something like that while we were all in class together, so that if they're really struggling, like there's help available, so they're not just out in the woods on their own, which is sad for everyone. But that period of time on tools is really important. I think students get overwhelmed. I think we all get overwhelmed. I think it's a very human thing to do when you're just thrown a new tool and aren't given some structure. So give some structure, give some help, give room for failure. We all need it, right? And then we go to the production assignment. So there's actually like a week and a half or 2 weeks of stuff have happened already. And then you proceed to the production assignment after I've looked at the analysis, after I've spent time in class teaching the tool, then I distribute the assignment, right? And I would probably actually break this up, much as I would break up a large paper. So I would have them submit a project proposal, which sounds very formal, but it would probably be like 3 to 5 sentences, right? I'm going to create an infographic about this thing. It's going to be this format and it's for this audience, right? That kind of proposal. They would draft, they'd make a draft version of it. We would spend at least half a class period, if not a whole class period, on peer review. So having different students look at each other's work and offer feedback. Then I'd have them redraft it and submit it to me, and they would get instructor feedback. Then they would proceed to an in-class presentation. When I get that second draft, I actually go ahead and put a grade on it, but they can all revise and resubmit, right? So if they're happy with it, they can do their presentation and they'll get more feedback and comments and such at that point, and be done. But if they're not happy with that initial grade, they can submit it again, right? And so this is like a multi-week, like iterative learning process treated with the same seriousness that I would treat writing a paper. This isn't just like I threw in a digital project. It's really trying to walk them through the skills and how to apply them and what to do with them. So there's a few universals. One is to like always have constraints, including size or scope or length, because you'll think, oh, of course it's only an 8.5, 11 piece of paper. Like that's what you would design on. And you'll have someone design like a business card and someone design like a poster the size of a wall. And that's fair, right? Like if we don't give constraints, people are going to do whatever they think of. Also, they're going to make the project look like bigger and more complicated than it needs to be in most cases. So students come to me and they're like, I'm making a 15-minute video. And I'm like, that would be like a whole semester of documentary production. I've had students say like, oh, you know, I'm going to do this. I've never edited before. It'll be fine. You know, and I tell them like the first time I made a video essay, I think I spent like 40 hours on it and it's like 8 minutes long. So especially when you're new at something, it's going to take a while, right? And we need to leave time for that. Iteration is absolutely essential. And I think we really have to model this. And I think there's been a lot of discussion about the idea of failure. And I support that, but I also support like treating things as iterative and not as like a one and done, because I think some of that anxiety around failure comes from like thinking you have to do it right the first time. But I try to do processes where you don't. Like you're learning, I'm learning, we're all learning. Like we're gonna have to do it a few times to get it right. And I try to assume capability and capacity, but not prior knowledge or experience. So I assume they can learn these things and they can do these things, but they might not know how yet, or they might not have done it in a way that is appropriate to the class, and that's fine. So really try and leave room for that. And also like I'll change things, right? If sometimes, you know, I go to students, I'm like, okay, here's the options. You can do X or Y. What does the class think, right? Because like it's no big deal for me to give an open book exam, but maybe like instead they'd like to make a zine. I don't know. But I make sure there's structure and time for that, whatever it's going to be. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and we'll move to questions, which we have hopefully plenty of time for. My watch has stopped working. It's that kind of day. And then I just want to say thank you, and also say I'm really easy to find online. I'm on Twitter a lot, so that's like the easiest place to find me. And then I also have a website, which is sparklebliss.com, and you can see a portfolio of some of my digital projects and also my research, or anything else you might like from my work. So yeah, if you Google me, I'm findable, but also lots of time for discussion and questions. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we can do that. So let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna just kind of verbally summarize before I start answering, but I'm also reading. Someone gave a talk about disrupting whiteness in their area, and also talked about gender, and they were targeted by outlets like Campus Reform, which is an activist organization that does engage in kind of profiling faculty and accusing them of like harming free speech on campus and things like this. Their university was not prepared for this, and neither was their college, and so they were sent to the campus police, which you know, didn't really seem like the thing to do. And they ended up talking to the police about being swatted, which also sounds terrible. And they say their university still doesn't have a policy to do. Like, what university would generally be responsible for this? And does the university have any actual support for scholars that's not the police? So I'll give kind of, I don't know the UIC specific things because it's not my campus, and I hope some folks at UIC can get in touch with this person. But I'm sorry, first of all, like, that's awful. And I know that can be really stressful and upsetting, and I just want to make space for that and acknowledge that and say I'm really sorry. I think it sounds like you're doing really important work that is probably profoundly meaningful for everyone you work with and for your field. And it's sad that when you do things that are important, you're at risk in this way. So yeah, okay, so what part of the university could be responsible? So I think there's a few approaches. I, in my case, ended up invoking Title IX. The Title IX officer was extremely helpful on my campus. I know that's not a universal experience, and also not every situation like this is Title IX relevant. Mine actually wasn't, but I realized I couldn't get anyone else to help me, and I thought, who can I make help me that has some understanding of like legal obligation? And so I got the Title IX person to help me, and they actually were able to put in a campus no contact order. If it's students, right, we have different kinds of access. So you can talk to like your dean of students office or student affairs. If it's not students, if it's just like random people, I think there's a few different places you can try for help. They may or may not work, right? And this is why I say, like, it's worth trying to advocate for some of this ahead. So if you have a union, maybe talk to your union actually about starting this process. If you don't have a union, I would recommend, if your campus has an AAUP chapter, that they might be able to help you, even if they're not a unionized collective bargaining chapter, but instead like you know, like an advocacy chapter. The advocacy chapter can still help by advocating to the university and kind of like speaking as a body. Your faculty senate may be able to advocate for policies that are better. In terms of existing supports that may exist, one that I think we forget about sometimes are whoever does communication or public relations for your university. That person is actually probably really helpful, because they can help you with things like crisis management, which this absolutely is, or at least they should be able to help you. Worst case, you can probably at least get one of them for like half an hour and ask them for help about how to respond or not respond. This is also something where I think faculty could organize like an ad hoc committee that just exists to help with these kinds of things. And I really would recommend, like, whatever channels you already have in place in your campus to organize, whether that's an AUP, whether that's a union, whether that's a faculty senate or a faculty council, whether that's some kind of diversity and equity committee, whether it's a committee on academic freedom, whether, you know, like, it really depends. And again, like, yeah, I know someone's saying like, haha, Title IX, but that's one of those things that like is going to vary so much depending on your campus, right? So like, I'm really lucky, like I have a Title IX person that's super sympathetic and really, I think, tries to help even in situations where maybe that's like not actually her job. But that's not going to be everyone, right? Unfortunately, like, if you do get actionable threats, it may actually be worth talking to the police, only so that they know that you may be targeted for swatting. And I hate to say that, because I agree, like, the police are unprepared to deal with this and may not take it seriously, but definitely there have been cases where people have been swatted, and that happens. And so I'd really say, if you talk to them, at least to know, like, hey, you may be targeted in this way, like, that might be really useful. But I would really recommend going through whatever faculty organizations you have. If your campus doesn't have a faculty organization, the overhead on starting an AAUP advocacy chapter is extremely low. It's just to have 7 paid members on your campus and to have 3 officers. So you can actually organize one, and start doing that kind of work as a group, AAP is open to faculty, staff, and grad students, and includes in that everyone full-time or part-time, so adjuncts as well. And that can be a channel to consider. Sometimes I hate to say this, but like a lot of making universities function, I think it requires just like a lot of really thankless work that ends up counting as service if it counts at all. But I wrote a blog post about this a little over a year ago after reading Naomi Novik's Spinning Silver, and it's a Rumpelstiltskin retelling. And in it, there's this young woman who can spin silver, right? Like she can make silver, and it's like really taxing, right? It wears her out, it uses her up. And that's transformation though. Like she's changing the world around her, she's remaking reality. And I think a lot of times when we're asking for these kinds of things, we're doing that, right? Like we're asking reality to remap around us. We're trying to remake the world into something that's survivable, and the cost is profound, but it might be worth it. And so, you know, transformation requires a sacrifice, and sometimes that's just like a lot of thankless service work, which is often what I end up doing, for better or worse. And I'm not saying that to be a downer, right? Like I'm saying that because sometimes I go back and I'm like, yeah, and this is different. It's different now, and this other person won't have to deal with this thing because I spent like 6 weeks griping about it, or 6 years, you know. But we're not alone. You're not ever alone in this, for better or worse. But otherwise, I would really, you know, definitely look into existing resources. The pen toolkit I spoke about is really useful as well.
Hey Carly, thanks so much. That was just so informative, so interesting. That conspiracy triangle was awesome.
Isn't it great?
That was fantastic. I did want to ask if you could elaborate more on giving students more choice in the classroom. So you talked about how you like to kind of give them the option between a digital project or a more traditional assignment, especially if that project isn't kind of a big aspect of a learning outcome. And I was just wondering if you could expand more on this kind of idea of like giving students more agency in the classroom and how digital humanities can like make that happen.
Yeah, so I mean, some of them are really low tech. So I started using, like, you can use digital quiz systems or surveys, right? Like you can use a Google form. Sometimes I just do things where I'm like, I have them raise hands when I'm in person, but online I would have them enter it in the chat box or fill out like a Google survey or something like that. And I'll just say like, you know, look, like next week I can talk about X or Y, like which one do you actually want to hear about? And it's super interesting, right? So I had one time and I'm like, okay, I can talk about, I can't remember what the other thing was now, but I was like, or I can talk about Cold War game development in the Czech Republic. And they're all like, what? And so that was the lecture I gave, and they were super into it. And it's because there's a fantastic book about this like very specific thing. But they loved it, and I probably wouldn't have given that talk because I was like, this is so niche, like they're not gonna, you know, but that was what they wanted. They were super excited. And so I think those kinds of things can be really powerful. Just like often I'll have like a pitch process where I'm like, look, like here are the options I've thought of. If you can come up with something else that meets these objectives that will show me these things, like ask me, and I might say like, yeah, you can totally do that. And I've done that a couple times where students are like, but I want to do this, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool. And sometimes I say no, right? Like sometimes they pitch something, I'm like, that's bananas. Like you're never going to be able to finish that in a semester. I don't know how to grade that. Like we don't have the resources for that. It's a really cool idea though. Like I'm always nice about it, right? But sometimes it's just like not the thing. I usually around the midterm, I ask like if there's things we haven't covered in class that they want to see covered. And that's what I talk about, where I don't like always have the last week or like couple weeks structured yet. And some of it's because I'll give them work time and stuff then too, but it's also like they're like, I really want to talk more about, you know, and it's never anything I would have guessed. Like it's always something like totally wild, right? Like I really want to talk more about games that incorporate speed. And I'm like, okay, fast games, got it. And I'll go, but it gives me time to go look and see like what I could actually do. Like, you know, sometimes I'm like, okay, we could watch a documentary or we could do this. And they're like, I don't want to watch a documentary. I'm like, okay, surprising, but okay, you know. And it's just little things like that. I think it gets easier and easier to do that when you're dealing with classes you've taught lots of times. Because if you're teaching a class for the first time, you don't have like a back pocket, like, you know, set of lecture notes that like you've had for years. Like when I teach history of video games now, like I have 2/3 of that class, I have like all the slides, I have all the notes, like I'm ready to go. And it's history. So like what I think is interesting changes, but like I'm not making it from scratch every time, right? But the last couple of weeks, like I'll do all kinds of things where like, I want to know about like how people become community managers. Like they just want to know different things, and it gives me room to do that. And it keeps the class from being super boring for me because I've taught it a bunch of times. And yeah, so sometimes just that flexibility. Sometimes stuff happens in the world and you need to talk about that where you're just like, okay, well now we have to have a conversation about this thing that happened last night because I can see you're all very upset, right? Like we had on my campus, a student wrote a very well and deeply reported kind of expose about how Title IX worked for students on campus, which was not great. Unsurprisingly, I do feel for people that work in that area and try really hard to do a good job, because I think it's one of those, like, no matter what you do, nobody's going to be happy with you. And that's a hard position to be in. But it doesn't mean that like we shouldn't strive for better institutionally, right? And so there's this expose, and I go into class and my students are never looking at the student paper. Like this is like not a thing that happens. I walk in and they're all huddled over student papers and I'm like, what happened? Right. And I thought maybe someone died, because that's a thing that happens, you know, that maybe would make everyone look at the newspaper. And they're like, did you see the article? And I'm like, and so I look and it's this long thing. And what was really jarring is that I had walked in and one of the interviews in the article was with a former student of mine. And it was about an assault. And the person that assaulted her, I knew from reading like I'd read the story and I knew about, and she was like, my boyfriend, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, I know both of them. This is super upsetting, right? And I like just walked into class. And I don't even remember what we were going to do. I have no idea what we were supposed to do. And I was like, look, I can't not talk about this now, because you're all already talking about it, but also is like, I think I have a responsibility to you to not ignore this. And so we ended up actually having a conversation about like what causes institutional responses to happen, how they do, and like how do you work with institutions to change things, and like what does it mean when your community fails you, or like what is a community failure, or like what do you owe other students, like how should you respond to a student that you know is going through something really traumatic like this. And it was really rich, and I was terrified because I, like many people, have had like bizarre backlash for talking about gender in class. Like I don't know how students think they don't talk about gender ever, but the students actually were relieved. Like they really, I think, sometimes they need space to talk about things. They need us to know that we see them as people. And it was actually a moment of that. And it was a moment of them seeing me as a person, because I was upset, which I think is a reasonable response, right? And so, I don't know. I mean, I think, and some of this is confidence I've gained as I've gotten older, right? Like we all joke about, it's like, oh, you turn such and such age and you just don't care anymore. And I'm like, yeah, what are you going to do to me? Right? Like I'm not going to be a different person than I am. And it's given me room to do that. So I have another question, which is, how do I get students to participate in peer feedback when they're reticent at the best of times, but especially when they're bad at the internet? Yeah, so sometimes I'll do surveying about what tools they have access to. I did that last semester when we had to go online really abruptly, because some students are like, look, I'm on my phone. Like I don't have a computer at home, or I don't have the internet, or I share my laptop with my brother. And it was, like, it's good to know that, because it lets me be who I can be for them at that moment. But so I do some surveying about like what platforms they'll use and be comfortable with, because there's a lot of variation in that. And I also like really will encourage them to use kind of old school things, right? So like you can do peer feedback by like phone, right? Like email your peer your picture. Right? Because they're usually at least at that point where they can open the image and look at it, and then talk to them on the phone, right? So I think sometimes we jump to sophisticated solutions when like a really simple solution is fine, and maybe easier or less stressful. I also usually only do peer feedback if I give very specific instructions on what you're doing. So I actually have like a little form I use, and you sit there and you fill out the form for peer feedback. And that's like, I could use a Google form for that now, which might be nice. I don't know. I haven't tried that. I usually just do a paper and they type. They write in class, but they type now on a Word doc or a Google doc. But yeah, I usually, whatever the lowest I try and use like lowest friction, lowest price of entry kinds of tools wherever I can, because just because I could have them do something doesn't mean I need to. So that's something I always do. But yeah, structure, I hate it, because like it's like, oh, surely they know how to. They don't. I don't know how to do it. You're like, and some of it's just like really thinking about like clear communication. And I'm sure we can all think of things that we've done where like someone wanted something from us and they asked, and we're like, yeah, I'll totally do that, and then we realized we didn't actually understand what they wanted. A friend of mine posted an image recently where someone had a teacher had given their grade schoolers a list that was like, write the following words in alphabetical order, and they meant make a list of the words in alphabetical order, right? But the child had alphabetized the letters of each word, which was technically correct, right? Like the way the instruction was written, either of those was fair. But that's of course not what the teacher wanted. But I think about that because that's the kind of thing I think we run into a lot, where I'm like, I did say that, didn't I? And so I try and leave room for like my own miscommunications and things like that. Yeah. Okay. Can you talk a bit more about some of the zines students have produced? I'm thinking of revising an assignment now from a paper to a zine, since a lot of the learning objectives you listed are the same, but have never ventured into zine creation. It's for a writing with and in new media class. Yeah, so we're lucky in Chicago. There's a store here called Quimby's, and if you haven't been to Quimby's, you should go to Quimby's, or at least order some stuff from them. And it's like a really wonderful bookstore, but it's heavily focused on zines and independent publishing, and they have really great in-store events. There's actually even a panel tonight, like at 6, about Chicago zine culture that they're one of the sponsors of, and you have to pre-register, but it's free. So Quimby's is really amazing, and you can go and look. And I think a lot of times, when you give students new things, they think you have to do. I'm gonna lean for a second because I'm gonna try and grab something. Hang on. So this is Save Point, and I'm showing this because this is the zine I do that's like the most involved, and it's like 24 pages and it's full color. So this is not what I would assign students to do at all, but I'm just showing it as like, this is like an academic article worth of work, like a journal article worth of work, in terms of like, this is equivalent to writing a 20 to 30 page article, I think, in terms of how much time I spend on it. And like, you can see like my drawings aren't super sophisticated, but they're there. But like, I would not have a student do something like that. I would probably have them do like a 4th size. Like I would make it smaller, because smaller pages look more impressive and they're easier to fill, right? And like, these are all kinds of tricks where you're like, you what now? But you can even think about like, who are you having them communicate to? And like, you might have them say like, how would you explain X to someone that's never seen it? Or like, how would you retell like like Little Red Riding Hood in this format, right? Like there's all kinds of things you can do. And I think, it's a place for students to be really creative and think really differently. Like this format that I use for Save Point is almost like a listicle format, where I'm like, here's 10 like very short little things about, and this one's like a keywords type talk I gave, that was just like 10 ideas, right? So like console, and there's like a little short article about like what console means in the context of history of video games. And here's one on flyer, and I use a specific flyer and talk about it as an example. So they're like lenses for analysis. The more recent one that I need to send to the printer, hopefully, we've been having lots of graphics problems with it, is about color. And so it's like a couple different like short essays about how color works in games, but it's really open. So I think when you're thinking about students and like, what students make, like they're really creative. The coloring book was like one of my favorites I think I've ever seen. Another student made he made a booklet of word searches. He made like 10 of them, and it took him forever. Like it's really hard to do that. And he was like, I really underestimated how hard this is. And I'm like, yeah, it's really hard. Another one did crossword, or maybe he did word searches and crossword puzzles. Anyway, he did like word puzzles that were related to games, and then it had like what the terms meant, right? And so it was like the kind of vocabulary assignment you give to children. Like they really come up with fun things, and some of them do like more conventional things. Like I had one do just like folded out into like a really rich timeline about like a specific product. And it really depends on what kind of like writing and thinking you need them to be able to do. But they have you know, lots of room to play. And I think the most important thing is just give them some examples, because this isn't always a culture they're connected with. Like, this is, you know, like, this was really big in the 90s, and they're like they weren't going to punk shows in 1998. Like, they don't know, you know? So it's worth just making sure you provide some examples. And again, like, Quimby's is an awesome resource. There's like I got like a cute book at Quimby's one time that's like places I keep meaning to go in Chicago and haven't been, which is hilarious, right? And it was like how I learned about like that there was an actual store for American Science and Surplus. I think I've been to all the places in the book now, because it was like everyone has those, right? It's like these lists of places. So I think it's nice because they're like silly. They can be really silly and fun. They can be super serious. They can be an intervention. They can be a celebration. And, you know, students, I think, given that and given some examples, will come up with really cool stuff. Carla had her class make a poetry zine of Maxwell Street. It's cool.
Yeah, the gentrification of Maxwell Street, which was great. We handed out all around campus, which some of you may or may not know that UIC bought up most of that area. So
yeah,
it was they were the change maker for gentrification there. But this has been so great. Do we have any more questions? Should we wait just a couple more seconds? I think that's it. Well, Carly, thank you so much. This has been amazing. And thanks to all of our conference presenters so far. We're going to break for lunch now. So the next session, a panel on gaming and transmediation, will be hosted by Hannah, and we'll begin at 1:30.
Hi, Kishona. Perfect timing. I just went over some housekeeping guidelines, which I've posted in the chat. And I'll also post a link to the schedule for everyone. And so I'm going to go ahead and introduce our moderator. Dr. Kishona Gray is an assistant professor in the Department of Communication and Gender and Women's Studies at UIC. She is also a faculty associate at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University. Dr. Gray is an interdisciplinary, intersectional digital media scholar and digital herstoриan whose areas of research include identity, performance in online environments, embodied deviance, cultural production, video games, and Black cyberfeminism. Hey, Kishona, thanks so much for being here to moderate today.
Absolutely. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so sorry. Like, Zoom, it just continues to fail me. I'm so sorry for my lateness, but I'm really honored to be here. These are some fantastic individuals that you're going to be hearing from today. You know, so we're at the Gaming and Transmediation panel, and it's been a fantastic day of, you know, panels and workshops. So I'm really excited. So I'll go ahead and just get into it and to introduce these fantastic folks. And again, I hope I hope I didn't miss any kind of rules or anything. I was just going to go ahead and introduce everybody in the order that they're in. Is that what you prefer? Is that okay to do? Or should I just introduce them as they speak?
I think it's fine to just introduce everyone at once, and then they can just kind of pick up from the other one.
Okay, perfect. All right, that's great. All right, so we'll start with Patrick Chikota. So glad to have you here. Patrick is a professor of English and Cinema and Media Studies at the University of Chicago. He is Executive Director of Critical Inquiry and the Director of the Weston Game Lab, a really awesome space, a space that I just want to like take over and have myself. He is also the co-founder of the Game Changer Chicago Design Lab and Transmedia Story Lab. His books include Network Aesthetics, published in 2016, The Game Worlds of Jason Rohr, 2016 also, and Experimental Games, 2020. He has co-directed games, including the orientation game, The Parasite, the Indiecade selected climate change game, Terrarium, and the COVID-19 game, A Labyrinth. He is the recipient also of the 2020 Guggenheim Fellowship. And we're so glad to have you, Patrick, with us. Sam Bond, excuse me, I'm so sorry, is a certified medical illustrator, an award-winning medical app developer, and a faculty member at the University of Illinois at Chicago, where she teaches serious game developing to budding medical illustrators in the biomedical visualization graduate program. Sam's experiences allow her to integrate the richness of fun gameplay experiences with precise medical accuracy. Thank you so much for being here, Sam. We appreciate you. Judith Pintar. Thank you for being here also. Judith is a teaching associate professor and the acting director of the BS program in the School of Information Sciences at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. She is the director of U of I's Provost Investment for Growth Project, Games at Illinois, Playful Design for Transformative Education, She is the project coordinator of the Training in Digital Methods for Humanist program, and she pursues her research and teaching interests in the digital humanities through the Electronic Literatures and Literacies Lab, an initiative of informatics programs at the University of Illinois. And we also have David Jubin. Thank you so much for being here with us. David is a teaching associate professor at the University of Illinois School of Information Sciences. His teaching and research concern foundations of representation and description and issues of expression and encoding in documents and digital information resources. We're so glad to have you all. Patrick, if you will just go ahead and kick us off, and then we'll just go in the order that the program is.
Great, thank you so much for that introduction, Katrina, and wonderful to be on this panel with everyone. Thank you to the organizers for the time you've taken to put this all together. I'm gonna share a PowerPoint and make sure I'm sharing computer sound, because I might show you a couple of short videos in the mix. Okay, can you all see that PowerPoint? Great, so I'm just gonna full screen that. Awesome, and make sure my time is right. Great, so part of what I wanted to talk to you today was something very practical, thinking about a series of projects that I've worked on reinforcing a certain kind of design principle. And the starting place for me with this is thinking about gamification. So when we use the word gamification, it's a term that comes from behavioral economics and refers to the use of game mechanics and other game qualities in non-game areas, right? So using games for business, for education, for crowdsourcing, for consumerism. And I have an extended critique of this concept in a book that's coming out next month, Experimental Games, but I won't focus so much on the theory and the critique here, except to say that a lot of the examples of gamification that we have out there are very focused on extrinsic motivation, right? So how do we get people to perform certain kinds of behaviors? How do we get them to change their attitudes? It's a very instrumental way of thinking about games, not oftentimes focused on intrinsic motivation, with some exceptions, certainly. In the work that I've done over the last 10 years or so, I've been really interested in moving from this view of gamification that gives us games for behavior change toward thinking about games as experiments undertaken together by designers and players, including learners as active co-creators. And you'll see some examples of projects that I've worked on where young people are brought into projects both as co-designers of those games, or at least as active storytellers who make contributions that change the way that a particular game world unfolds. So I'll basically break these up into two pieces. And the first are the projects that I've worked on as part of the Game Changer Chicago Design Lab. And this is a lab that I co-founded with Melissa Gilliam, who's an OBGYN and has done a lot of work around game making, diversity and topics like that. So a lot of our games are focused on education and health. And when we think about health, we think about collective health, we think about neighborhoods, we think about the links between the access that young people have to futurity and being able to imagine future pathways, including career pathways, and their health, ecologically speaking. And so, sorry for the quality of this image. These are just like some of our young people playing one of our board games, but we work mostly with Black and Latinx youth on the south side of Chicago, mostly between the ages of 14 and 21. And we both create games for these young people and with them at different junctures. Also, in addition to making games, we really try to study them using both qualitative and quantitative methods. So everything from focus groups to pre-post surveys to see just how effective or not effective some of these games are. So I'll just give you a few examples of both analog and digital projects that we've worked on to try to explore some of these principles. So the first is something called Hexicago Health Academy. And this has been, we started with a board, a game board of the city of Chicago, split up into hexagons, and created a series of games using that board as the starting point and the inspiration. Some of those games, again, have been created with high school students who have joined us for summer camps. And in other cases, we've tested the end product with students in other classrooms. And the main content areas that we work on have all related to health and well-being. So they include a game about HIV, one about maternal mortality and reproductive justice, one about smoking prevention, one about food deserts, one about addiction, and one about structural violence and guns. And these are 6 separate board games that we've tested and iterated and are in the process of trying to roll out into schools. One example of this game is a game called Smokestacks, in which the players play as tobacco companies. And in this very kind of like, perverse, ironic way, they try to get new customers and try to get people addicted to their products using media strategies and using different media. So it's a kind of like critique of advertisements and also like what the tobacco companies are up to. But you play in this role as a tobacco company where you have more power. So the game kind of deconstructs the position that you're in. And this is one that we've tested for a long time that's gone well. Another kind of game that we worked on, and this was a finished game that we never fully rolled it out, is a game called Bystander that was created around sexual harassment and sexual violence. So we thought to ourselves, right, most universities and colleges have some form of module that faculty or students take around sexual harassment. But oftentimes those modules aren't particularly interactive or mostly quizzes. So what would it mean to make a game that brings to life some of the real life situations around sexual violence and harassment? And also, what would it mean to make that game for high school students? So to start earlier, where we know the problems are already starting, rather than waiting until college or later. So this was a kind of game with 4 different modules focused on sexual violence and harassment and aimed at high school students. A game that we're working on right now is called Caduceus Quest. And this is a game about STEM pathways for underrepresented youth. And one thing that we noticed is a lot of the games around STEM, like, don't have very many women in them, don't have very many people of color in them. So at a representational level, like point 1 was, what would it mean to make a STEM game with those kind of representations? But the second thing was also, how do you take a fun genre, like a role-playing game in this case, and how do you build salient tasks that teach people about STEM career pathways using different RPG mechanics and mini games. So these are just some screenshots of a game that is very much in progress right now, for which we have things like initial animations and the design phase of mini games, but that we're working on for the next year. So hopefully, if I see some of you again in a year, I'll be able to give you much better screenshots of the game. A third kind of game that we've worked on in the Game Changer Chicago Design Lab are what we call alternate reality games. And these are partially live action, partially online games that don't announce themselves officially as games. So they're more integrated into the everyday lives of learners. And we've run these games in summer camps, so in 3 to 5 week summer camps. And rather than describing this further, I wanted to show you just a short, I think 2.5-minute video that will show you some of the footage from the University of Chicago campus where this particular game was run initially a few years back. You'll see me with much less interesting hair in this version as well. This is back before I started dyeing it weird colors.
Seed was an alternate reality game, or ARG, and an alternate reality game is essentially a narrative-driven scavenger hunt in which players role-play and solve puzzles across media. Students came in and operated as players, and then after that experience, we asked them to become game designers for 2 weeks. And for 2 weeks, they were making their own games about a variety of social justice and civic engagement issues. We told youth that the world was going to end in 3 weeks. And only 2 things were certain. First, they could save the world in those 3 weeks. And second of all, one of them was going to cause the end of the world. And we created a kind of time travel narrative in which they were in communication with a group from the future called Profile, a corporation that was sending them little bits of information about this coming apocalypse and was purportedly helping them stop this. One of our priorities with the summer camp was to bring youth to the University of Chicago campus and expose them to health professionals, to university faculty, and to undergraduate and graduate students who could serve as mentors for them. A number of our games were designed around the campus. So one example was an iPad-based scavenger hunt that was called Dots, and then moved youth across the University of Chicago campus. And in each location, there were cryptographic puzzles and information-based challenges that they had to solve in order to move through the game. We also find that gameplay and game design both speak to what we call 21st century literacies. So these include cognitive skills like critical thinking, intrapersonal skills like organization, and then interpersonal skills like collaboration, teamwork, and leadership.
Project Seed, I would say, is an amazing thing that teens could like just do during the summer or doing whenever. Cause like me going into my junior year, this was a good step for me, learning about game design and learning about these topics, because you need to know about these in order to get to college and go into the real world.
So that just gives you a little bit of a sense of the kind of work that we did that summer. That project was several years ago, so that was 2014. But this idea of a partially live action, partly networked game also inspired another group of people that I worked with, the Forecast Lab, which is made up of faculty and staff across the university. So people like Kristen Schilt in sociology, Heidi Coleman in theater and performance studies, and Ashlyn Sparrow in game design have all been very close collaborators. And we've worked together again on these alternate reality games. And I won't go into detail beyond what you just heard about what these games are. But again, they have transmedia qualities. They move across text, video, audio, theatrical performance, and so forth. The games that we've created together as a collective are started in 2017 and include the games that I'll really briefly talk about in my last 3.5 minutes. The first game was called The Parasite, and this was created for first-year students at the university to take the place of their orientation. And the game was focused not on diversity as a term, but on difference and dissensus. So what it means to be coming from very different places to a private university like the University of Chicago, with all of the issues and challenges that brings, and trying to find a way to empower these young people from year one to be able to change the campus, not just to be able to be, recipients of a particular kind of education there. And this is a game that ran across countless media, included 121 game trails and many other things. It lasted for about 5 months as well. The second game that we're presenting this week at Indiecade as well was called Terrarium. And this was also for incoming students, but was organized around climate change as a theme. And I'll play you just a 45-second, I think, trailer that gives you a sense of what this game was. But it started by reaching students when they were still at home in Beijing, in Delhi, in Sacramento, wherever they were, and then created live action components for them when they actually arrived on campus. So I'll play this short video.
Global warming,
totalitarianism,
climate change,
everything from
online documents,
puzzles,
student videos,
reverse escape room,
faculty videos.
We really thought about it as like a live action role-playing game.
I was on a group chat.
We were communicating around the world.
There was a ton of different puzzles. And it also got harder when it went to the live stream.
Are you there?
Players were interacting in real time with a live actor. We watched those frames very carefully.
And I think it broke the game.
It helped me make friends. I came to the right university.
This is the most U Chicago thing to do.
So we were totally forced to put that stuff about University of Chicago at the end. Please ignore that part. But I think up to that point, it gives you a sense of this kind of game. And as you can see from this still, which features me with gray hair, we did this over Twitch, a live streaming platform. And basically, players would interact with someone in a reverse escape room remotely online. This was before COVID, but in fact used COVID-friendly features. So there was also always asymmetrical gameplay, so the person in the room knew something that the players at home didn't, and vice versa, which led to a kind of cooperative gameplay. And all of the puzzles, all of the interactions were organized around climate change and climate activism, which was particularly big that summer. Going from that game, which included these elaborate sets, when COVID started, we very quickly built a game called A Labyrinth, which used the elements of text adventures and had people vote on which way a live avatar with a body cam would move around campus. And we had people in this game fulfill different quests that had to do with COVID safety, basically, and thinking about the history of pandemics. And then finally, this is just a slide, I guess, that says like we use a lot of forms of active engagement in our games, including quests and leaderboards and immersive narrative. Very last slide, though. Right now, we're running a game called Echo, which is about mental health and physical well-being under COVID, and also social connection. And it's a game that's been running for a couple of weeks. It culminates on October 30th. If you want to see what this kind of mixed reality game is like, I invite you to join us on October 30th at 9 p.m. We'll have a 2-hour or hour and a half to 2-hour live performance and gameplay that everyone is invited to. And you don't have to have played any of the game up to that point to have a complete story arc. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Patrick, amazing, fantastic work. I'm always inspired by the things that you and your wonderful team are doing. Sam, we'll give you a chance to get your mic on and get situated. So using games and interactive media to transform medicine. All right, you got it. There you go.
I actually believe there should be someone who is playing my video for me, because unfortunately my internet connection not super reliable, so backup plan.
Yeah, you want me to go ahead and get it started, Sam?
That would be amazing. Thank you,
okay.
Hannah.
I'm doing that now. Could everyone hear that? I just want to make sure you can hear it.
No.
No? Okay.
No, I can't hear anything right now.
I need to make sure that the audio for the...
So Hannah, if you go up to more at the top of the screen, and then you should see something that says play computer audio.
Yeah, let's see.
So it's like the three dots.
Yeah. I got it. Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, did you hear that, everybody?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, it was a little soft, but yes.
Turn it up too.
Hi, everyone. I hope you are all doing well.
Yeah, sorry, that's the loudest I can get it. Can everyone hear it okay? You might have to just turn your audio up during the portion of the presentation.
So excited to be joining this panel today, and my video keeps cutting in and out, sorry. Do you want me to try playing it from my own machine, or?
Yeah, is everyone having trouble viewing it?
So I was able to hear it. So are other people experiencing? I could see it and I can hear it. Are other people
I could see it and hear it also. So
yeah, it's just
maybe,
a little soft.
Maybe it's just me.
Okay. Yeah. If anyone else is having trouble, I'll keep an eye on the chat and see.
Everyone here, maybe a gamer, with using this kind of tech in healthcare or in education. So what I'm going to be walking you through today is an introduction to what we call serious games and interactive applications, how they're used, how they're developed, and what this can mean for education and wellness. So let's start off with some vocabulary. What is a serious game? Serious games aren't necessarily, quote unquote, serious in context, as that, word applies to mood or tone. The term serious games applies really to any game developed for a purpose outside of just pure entertainment. Now, this category includes what we consider classical educational games like the Oregon Trail or Math Blaster, games with a very gamey structure built for these dual purposes of education and entertainment. This can also include simulation games, games that teach an audience how to perform an actual task through simulating the content or context, like flight simulators or medical simulators. The example I have here is the Kerbal Space Program, which was actually endorsed by NASA for the way it teaches this kind of engineering. Now, what's more though, serious games can also include narrative-based games. These are interactive experiences that are based heavily on storytelling. And these kinds of experiences can teach people about empathy, perspective, understanding, all of these things that are so, so important in the field of medicine in general. Now, there have been serious games on politics, medicine, engineering, research, you name it, there has been a serious game about it. And serious games have a really far reach. And what's more than that is that they have the capacity to change mindsets and educate really enormous audiences. Now, to take a step back though, serious games are really a part of a larger category of overall interactive media. Not all interactive media needs to be housed in a game. There are clinical apps, educational apps, VR simulations that do not use elements of gameplay. And to go even further with this, interactive media can use gamification as a way to intrigue the user. You may have a study aid app for medical students. That's not a game, it's a study aid. But it maybe uses something like leaderboards to encourage those students to quiz themselves and use the app more. However, and I really want to stress this, I want to clarify that just because an app uses gamification, that does not mean it is a serious game necessarily. Gamification is the use of game elements for a non-game tool, while game-based learning is specifically learning that is done through the actual playing of a game. And interactive media is a term that we can use that kind of encompasses all of these different approaches. So to kind of introduce you to my perspective on this, I am a woman who wears many hats. I am a faculty member here at the UIC Biomedical Visualization Program. We fondly call it BViz, and I will be mentioning it quite a few times in this presentation. And there I teach medical and life science game development, AR and VR development, among other things. I am also a certified medical illustrator. I am a board member for the Chicago chapter of the International Game Developers Association. And I care a lot about how we educate people, particularly in healthcare. And so that's really why I'm so excited to share my experiences and how powerful interactive tools and serious games can be as they apply to medicine. So let's dive right in. How exactly do you make a serious medical game? How do you make a piece of interactive media for medicine? And I want us to understand this so that when you assess pieces of medical interactive content later on, you can understand why they might work, why they might not work. The pipeline looks generally a little like this. You plan your app, you build your app, you test your app, and then you do all of it again. This is a cyclical, iterative process. The first time that you build your app, you've really only built a prototype. The art does not have to be finalized. It doesn't have to be polished. Things can be really, really rough. But it needs to be just enough to test with your target users and get feedback from them. Now, this testing stage is the most important piece. Your intentions for how the user should play the game or use the tool or what they should learn, none of that matters. What matters is how the users choose to interact with your experience. And the majority of the time, it's not what you were expecting. So let's dive into a little more detail on those phases. It all starts with a good idea, something that's fun and something that has a purpose, or something you want to teach about and an idea that would make it into a useful app. Like anatomical Candy Crush, for example. That should be the easy part, right? Wrong. This is absolutely, without a doubt, the hardest part of serious game development or interactive development in general. The planning is really the most difficult part. See, games are made up of these things called mechanics, or the things that make up the structure of the game. As a player interacts with the game responds to the player. And all of these interactions and responses are referred to as game mechanics. And similarly, with more interactive media generally, like with apps, an app will have very specific functionalities or sets of tasks that the app can complete or that the user can perform. And functionalities and game mechanics are what make up the actual experiences of your user. And when you create a medical interactive tool, you start with your learning goals in mind. You start with them. What do you want your user to get out of this in the end? And in a strong, successful app, the mechanics or the functionalities will perfectly mirror the learning goals so that you can't have the experience of using this app or playing this game without learning something. And similarly, you can't learn something without really experiencing the app or the game. The next step is taking your idea and creating a prototype, the actual development part. Now, I personally teach using the Unity game engine, but there are a number of excellent game tools out there where you can start making games or apps with
I've lost audio.
those mechanics and really dovetailing everything that you're making with the educational goals and adding in your visual assets to back everything up. And then lastly, before you start that cycle again, you have to put your app in front of someone and really just watch them rip it to shreds. And I mean, really, really bad feedback a lot of the time. You test it over and over and over until you finally found the balance between education and interaction. So let's look at a group of examples here. Of course, I would not be a teacher if I didn't brag on my students. So I'm going to be showing you some student work from the UIC BVIS program as well as one of my own projects. We'll start with a game called Opsonization. This game actually won an award from the Association of Medical Illustrators the year it was developed. And the students who created it, Liza Nipscher, Stephanie O'Neill, and Andrea Schmitz, wanted to create a game about an immune process called opsonization, in which a phagocyte and a plasma B cell actually work together to destroy viruses. So what I want to do is go through their thought process for taking their learning goals and mirroring them to game mechanics. We have two cells that work together to destroy something, a macrophage and a plasma B cell, and each of them have different roles, very specific purposes, working together to destroy viruses. So the mechanic they came up with was to create a two-player game in which one player was the macrophage and one player was the plasmid B cell. And they needed each other in order to destroy the viruses. Each player has a different role, and this teaches them about the dual roles that these cells have and their purposes. So let's take a look at what that looks like. I want you to notice that the visuals enhance the learning goals. It shows all these processes in real time with a really aesthetic, beautiful vibe. Notice as well that when the players don't opsonize the viruses, they start to bind to other cells, and this forces them to undergo apoptosis. So this is a really good example of dovetailing how the player is interacting with the game with the content that you actually want them to interact with.
So condescending.
Let's look at another example with a little bit more of a serious simulation context. These students wanted to create a simulator for the process of endotracheal intubation. And this is a skill a lot of medical professionals need, but it can be expensive to simulate this on a dummy. So they turned to virtual reality. Players needed to learn the exact steps of this process, the right order, the right equipment, and they needed it to happen fast. So they give lots of scaffolding and lots of information to teach the user along the way, and a timer to keep in mind that 30 seconds is the goal for emergency endotracheal intubation. Now here is how it actually turned out. So you start off in a realistic world space with real-time motion for your player. And the learning goals were to learn the physical motion of this process, the correct order, and to improve the speed of performing this process, right? And that's exactly what the game requires through its mechanics. Now, of course, there's a lot of complexity to what makes an impactful VR experience, but at its core, this is a serious game and an excellent one. Now, coming from a game designer, these ideas can seem incredibly powerful, but are they always? Of course not. I can't tell you how many times I've seen publications that ask about the impact of a serious game, and stating that it seems like games may not work for this context. Well, maybe, just maybe, you actually didn't make a very good game, right? So where can this process go wrong? A game may be inappropriate for a certain audience. Audience members may ignore the learning goals of the game and just skip around to their favorite fun parts without having to learn. And then, of course, you may just be creating chocolate-covered broccoli, where the mechanics of the game don't really support the learning, and it just becomes this kind of boring combination of things. These are really pitfalls that are super common in educational game development in general. And so when we see that these things aren't necessarily working, this could be a real reason why, is that the mechanics and the learning goals aren't integrated fully enough. So let's look at a couple more examples of interactive media that's outside of the serious games realm. Now, in this project that I did as a part of my PhD courses this year, we wanted to create something that could teach patients undergoing cardiac rehabilitation. Now, these patients are often already scared, right? They've likely just had a heart attack or some type of cardiac event. They're being educated, but it's coming all at once, and it's emotionally overwhelming. So it's tough to kind of figure out how we can empower our patients this way. So what I created was specifically not something where patients are left alone to explore the content or teach themselves, but an application for clinical use where they're in the clinic already. So with this app, patients can take a look at the general anatomy or anatomy of the heart after a heart attack. They can turn on and off labels on the anatomy, and they can play with the 3D features while they're there in the clinic.
The app also lets users play with different treatments, so they can watch animated content that they control. This is super important, that they control, using sliders that give them kind of the most comfortable possible experience for their own needs, their own unique interests. But even better than all of that is my favorite part of it. This app offers a conversation starter. You can paint on the heart. The clinician can actually paint on the heart while explaining certain things to the patient. So it's no longer about the app. It's about what the patient is doing with the app. It's about how they're interacting with it, how they are learning from it with the clinician, and how they're customizing it to their own story. And excitingly, this app won an award from the Association of Medical Illustrators just earlier this month. And for our last example, as much as I have so many other projects I want to show, I'm going to show you a project done for one of our students' master's research that focused on how to help visualize prostate anatomy, zonal anatomy, and finding tumors from certain imaging scans. Now, this project was built for the web so that any users can access it from whatever device they like. And it introduces you to the content by allowing the user to kind of interact and play with what's visible, the transparency of these pieces of anatomy, and really starting to get used to interaction. And with this interactive case study, you can see this anatomy visually paired with corresponding scans. And this means that by simply dragging these sliders, you're associating the 3D model and these images. You're forming like an instant mental model. Think about how you could use this from the patient perspective. Think about how powerful this would be to understand the anatomy by controlling interactive tools like this, keeping in mind your own pacing, keeping in mind your own interests, and your own method of learning. So, in short, game development and interactive tool development is an intense process. It takes grit, it takes courage to make a game or really any piece of interactive media. But the exciting thing is that it doesn't really take too much else just to get started and come up with an idea. The world is waiting to use your future apps and interactive experiences. So if any of you would like to reach out to me, please do not hesitate to contact me, follow us on social media, and thank you all so much for listening.
Fantastic, fantastic, Sam. Thank you so much for highlighting your research. We will move on to Judith's work. Judith, if you want to get yourself together, Judith is going to be talking about. Hey, Judith, go right ahead.
All right, I'll be sharing my screen and hopefully we'll have no troubles. We can always hope. Okay, can you see me? Can you see my?
We sure can.
Okay, good, great. So first of all, let me say thank you for the invitation to this conference. I'm so excited to know what's happening at UIC. Your work, your courses, your activities, your labs, they're just amazing, and we're gonna have to talk, right? I'm really excited about what might come from us meeting all together here. So my talk is a little sideways, I guess, from what you all have been discussing. I'm kind of doing the work of situating game studies in relationship to digital humanities on our campus, and we're doing program building. And so this talk speaks a little bit to that as I share about one course that I've been teaching here and how I kind of work to get it institutionally recognized, I guess you could say. So where Wikipedia meets Minecraft, collaborative game design as transmediated public history. And this is the last you'll see. I'm really proud of this picture. I like how it looks. I spent way too much time fiddling with it. There we go. Okay, so the presentation weaves together three of my broad interests. And let me apologize for the wall of words that I use. I do this as an inclusivity thing I've just taken to doing this. So I don't always say what I've written on the screen, but I also sort of put it up there. So 3 of my interests come to bear in this talk. My interest in collaborative game design, which includes both Minecraft and role play, and then just plain old free play like kids do, which I see as a kind of collaborative game design. Collaborative knowledge creation in the digital sphere, more formally, like Wikipedia, Atlas Obscura. Collaborative public history, allow organized digital humanities community projects, and then pre-digital local histories, genealogy, stuff like that. So I see digital humanities, collaborative digital humanities as sort of continuous with non-digital collaborative humanities work as well. And I weave these together to make an argument, which is a really specific one argument, that the digital humanities can and should take a central role in the teaching of computer programming. Well, why do I think that? Well, it's because logical, ontological, and algorithmic thinking, which is what you need to learn to be a computer programmer, are as basic to narrative and play as they are to algebra. That's my argument. And the second part of the argument, the reason why the digital humanities can teach computer programming as well as STEM, is that the cognitive tasks of learning program are sometimes, I didn't have room for sometimes in the sentence, better served by humanities pedagogy and the inclusivity and critical approaches of humanities pedagogies than they are to STEM pedagogical cultures, which are competitive and anxiety provoking. So there's a cognitive load issue that happens when you have students learning to program at the same time that they are trying to remember their algebra or are dealing with their anxiety, their math anxiety. And there's some research which suggests that math anxiety for women is in fact a fairly significant barrier to even having an interest in taking a programming course. Okay, so the genre of game design that I'm going to be discussing in this talk is interactive fiction, which is referred to as electronic literature in more academic circles. And just really quickly here, you're probably all aware, but just for the people here who aren't, there are 2 kinds of interactive fiction. And I'm including here things which are explicitly games and things which view themselves as literature as falling both into this larger field of interactive fiction. Hypertext and parser-based. In hypertext, you click through a game, and in parser-based, you type and you interact. And the 2 sort of best known and most popular systems for doing these 2 kinds of interactive fiction are Twine, created by Chris Klemas, and In4-7, created by Graham Nelson. I'm going to just really quickly give you a glimpse of their the differences in a Twine game and in Inform7. There's aesthetic differences in gameplay, what they look like, and then there's design differences, and then there's programming differences. So I'm going to transmediate a little Tolkien for you. This is what a Twine game, there are a lot of ways a Twine game can look, but basically you get text and you get choices and you click. So you're at the shoreline of a vast and deep underground lake. The water is as black as the cavern walls and icy cold. A silvery fish is swimming near the shore. You can examine yourself or examine the fish. Let's examine ourselves. You're Smeagol of an ancient hobbit-like race. You're wearing a golden ring, which you can't see because you are invisible. Examine the ring. Sure. It is the One Ring, but you don't know that yet. To you, it is only your precious. Now examine the fish. Grab the fish. We're Gollum. Not yet. We're Smeagol. We grab the fish. Grab the fish with your quick invisible fingers. Obviously, we don't want to examine it. We want to eat it. You take a bite of the wiggling fish, delicious. You devour bones and all. No need to go orc hunting. That's the whole game. Okay. So this is what that game looks like when you develop it. It's written inside a graphical development environment, requires no programming. That's the selling feature and why Twine is really popular as a language for teaching kids how to make narrative-based games. And you can write very sophisticated, simply formatted, interactive branching stories and games. But a programmer can do a lot more with it. And it could be used to teach HTML and JavaScript, but people are starting to think about this, but it hasn't really been developed very well It's still not thought of as a tool to teach programming. It's thought of as a tool to allow people really accessibly to write interactive fiction. The Inform 7 parser-based development environment is quite a contrast to Twine. It looks like a traditional programming language. You put your code in on the left panel, you click compile. If it compiles, you get the running game on the right. And let me show you just sort of what this looks like. This is an Inform 7 plain vanilla game. You get a description at the top, and then you get a prompt where you can type. You're at the shoreline of a vast and deep underground lake. The water is black, et cetera, et cetera. Silvery fish is swimming near the shore. We type examine fish. The fish looks juicy and sweet. We take the fish. We grab the slippery fish with our quick invisible fingers. We eat the fish. Delicious, we devour it, bones and all. No need to go orc hunting today. This is exactly the same game with the exact same content played in these two different ways. Now, you don't have to use Inform 7 or Twine to make this game. You can just write your own game in Python. And let's say you were writing that little story of Smeagol, and you would use XML code to create the data objects and give them attributes, and this is what your code might look like. And if you're not a programmer, this looks chaotic. If you're a programmer, you don't even see this as code. It's so transparent. It's so easy to read. And you just see a player is defined with a description, a ring is defined, it has properties, it can be wearable or not, it can be true or false that the ring is worn, et cetera, and you define your character in this language. Now, I'm going to show you what this code looks like in Inform 7. Like this. The player is Smeagol. The description of Smeagol is, the one ring is a wearable thing. The description of the one ring is, and Smeagol is wearing the one ring. It accomplishes exactly the same thing as the previous code, only one is more readable than the other, right? So both of these things are code, and by code we mean that they're interpretable by a machine, but only one, shall we say, is coded. And the Oxford English Dictionary tells us what is code. System of words, letters, figures, or other symbols substituted for words, letters, especially for the purposes of secrecy. That's what code is. Code is sort of the opposite of literacy. And so there's a certain irony in us trying to ask kids to become code literate when code is for secrecy. And that's a different talk. We could talk about the way that programming is kept exclusive to certain populations, et cetera. But that critique leads to this idea of why can't we make the learning of coding more accessible? And I believe that languages like Inform 7, which use natural language, can both teach programming, in ways which are code but not coded, in a sense. So suffice it to say, and you're going to laugh here, that when I asked the General Education Committee to give this course quantitative reasoning marker, and that's for courses in logic, programming, or math, they were skeptical that I could teach programming using what I just showed you before, that kind of code. But I persisted, and I'm going to really quickly show you. I could teach you to program here in the 5 minutes it takes me to run through these couple of slides. And I'm going to show you how, in narrative form, I can teach you the basics of programming. So an object-oriented programming language requires you to create objects with various attributes. So I'm creating a data object called a presidential son. It's a data object like a button on a website is a data object, right? So presidential son is a kind of person. And now I'm going to make actually 3 instances. With 3 instances, Robert, Willie, and Tad are presidential sons. And now I'm going to give an attribute to the object, a presidential son. I'm going to say a presidential son can be out of control or controlled, and the presidential son is usually controlled. So that's the default value. And now I'm making a number variable, and I'm associating it with my object. I'm saying a presidential son has a number called level of excitement, and the default value is they're excited at level 1. And now I'm going to make another data object called a kid noise, and I'm going to make 3 instances of kid noise. Whoops, shrieks, and hollers are kid noises. Now I'm going to make a table that has 2 columns, one column called sun, one column called noise. where I have the names of President Abraham Lincoln's sons, Robert, Tad, and Willie there. And on the right, I have some noises, kid noises. And now I'm going to make a procedure, which is a line of code, which tells the computer program to do certain calculations and write certain things to screen. And procedures often have conditions that tell the program when they should enact this procedure. So my procedure says every turn, if Abraham Lincoln is in the location and it's after 6 p.m., then we're going to go through a list of things. We're going to loop through that list and we're going to evaluate it. And so use the X variable here, and the X will represent everything in the list. So we're going to repeat through all the presidential sons who happen to be in the location at that moment in the game. And then we're going to evaluate the attribute and the variable that we defined up at the top. So if a presidential son can be out of control or controlled. So actually that should say if X is out of control. No. If X is controlled, no, I'm correct. Sorry, I'm rethinking my code here. If X is controlled, if the presidential son is still in the state of being controlled, but his level of excitement hits 5. So the bottom was, if the conditions are met, data is retrieved from the table, text prints to screen, and a value changes. So if we've run through the list of presidential sons in the location, and if they're controlled, and if their excitement is 5, we go to the table, and if it's Robert, whose excitement is at 5, it prints to screen, Robert whoops. And then Robert is now out of control. And now, having set Robert to out of control, other things can happen when you're in the room. And if all 3 kids are out of control, it'll say Robert whoops, Tad shrieks, Willie hollers. So I've just introduced, in this story, data objects, instances, attributes, variables, tables, procedures, looping through lists, also called arrays, retrieving values from tables, printing to the screen, changing variable levels. And you didn't need any math to understand those concepts because it was in the story. So it's totally possible to understand ontologies, that is classification systems and logical relationships, and even algorithms, which is to say procedural thinking, necessary to learn how to program without that additional cognitive load of math. And the reason why this works so well and why Inform 7 as a language is so easy to teach is because we have that wiring in our brains, because we all know how to understand and tell stories already. So I teach Inform 7 in a straight up game design class, interactive fiction game design class, and it's a collaborative thing. And over the last 5 years, I've had, it's actually, this is not 50 plus now, this is 100 plus, and 6 years, it is now 250,000, I need to update this slide, I just grabbed it from another presentation, 250,000 words, right? 400 locations, 100 students, and all interactive fiction. So I'm super excited about writing code collaboratively for reasons I can't go into right at the moment because I only have 7 minutes left. But that's not really what I'm after. I'm not after teaching game design. I'm after the teaching of programming in other classes. The teaching of programming through interactive fiction in humanities and social science courses. So teaching game design outside of game design courses. And so I developed a course and a project called the Illinois Map. And the idea was to mix Wikipedia with Minecraft. So the open-ended game design, free play of Minecraft with a public history, collaborative public history of Wikipedia. And this is a little splash screen from my lab about the Illinois Map project, which is in early stages as a standalone idea. It's meant to be a collaborative programming sandbox, research, write, code, play, where people can come and learn to code and create games. Well, I failed to get a big grant that I wanted on this, right? So I just sort of paused on the big part of this for a little while I retool and look for other grant money. But it didn't stop me from getting it started in my classes. And so from 2016 to 2019, I've taught this course 4 times. And the idea is that students study minority history in Illinois. We study early Native American history. We study the Springfield race riots. And we look at Jane Addams and some of the history of immigration to Chicago. And they collaboratively write interactive fiction games as they learn to code. And then their final project in this is that they choose an episode in Illinois history and they code it. So it's a narrative interactive fiction. But let me show you what it actually looks like as they do it. It looks like a Wikipedia page. So I really meant what I said about Wikipedia meeting text-based Minecraft, you could say. They have to provide historical background, which is referenced for an episode. This student did a super simple game. You can see how small his summary is. He just wants to put somebody into the Pullman strike, have them not know what's going on, figure out what's going on, and then kind of get immediately involved. It's quite a short game. Quite powerful. They have to argue the significance, why it's worth writing a story about. They have to provide links for the next person who might want to expand on their game, because it's meant to be a Wikipedia in the sense that the games are expandable. And then this is his code on the left and the walkthrough of the game on the right. And basically what happens to poor James is that he talks to the troop. If you attack this trooper, you get shot and you die. And actually the gameplay is quite startling. It happens pretty fast and you're dead on the ground. So even though the code is super simple and the narrative super simple, it was extremely successful little immersive model of a moment in history, which is what we're going for. So not required to have to write anything too complicated. In contrast, these were both A+ projects. This was a story of the contraband train, which is a train that took people, escaped slaves to Elgin. It's a true story that he found. And you are the experience of a woman and her child on the train going north. And you can see a little bit more complicated code here with conditional statements and pretty complex. Where he's keeping track of how often you talk to people and what they answer to you. And then also there's a baby who needs to be comforted and the baby gets more agitated and you have to do things like, comfort the baby as you're doing other things and walking through the story. I can't show you probably all these examples. This is another game that I liked a lot where you start out at the Holocaust Museum and you're looking at things and then you find yourself in the middle of historical, I'm not sure what year it was, where the Nazis were in Skokie and the ACLU defended the Nazis. And so you go from the Holocaust Museum to that, and you get to think about free speech in that game. And this is part of that game description when you're inside the case. Okay, and then, all right, so really quick, I don't have much time, but I only have 2 left here. So this student did a story about Danielle Hale Williams, was the first African-American surgeon, and she wanted to do text-based heart surgery, open heart surgery. So I'm squeamish, and I really had to read her code through looking through the slits of my fingers, but she actually walks you through, really it's the decisions that Daniel made in his life that made him decide to become a surgeon, but then it ends with your successful doing of a heart surgery. And this is what Kimberly had to say about her experience. Writing code was something I never would have imagined myself doing because 1, I don't like math, and 2, my degree has nothing to do with coding. When I realized we'd be using words and sentences, I became confused. I was like, okay, now I definitely don't know how it's gonna work. I kept seeing failed or error pop up in my screen and I wanted to drop the course. But the joy I had when the game popped up on the right side of the screen definitely motivated me, and I was like, okay, this is actually fun. Everybody knows how to write. So using Inform is an easier transition than learning a whole new coding language. I have raved about the program and the course to anyone that will listen, and I've gotten such an interest that I'm looking towards gaining a minor in cybersecurity or other form of coding to go along with my degree. This is an African-American student who says here she doesn't like math, she was never gonna program, and she ended up after this class declaring an informatics minor. this is sort of my ideal hope. It doesn't, let's say it doesn't happen to half the class, but there's the potential for that to happen. And this is the very last example here. This is a young white woman who decided to write a game in which you are Barry Obama. That's the young Obama when he still is named Barry, and you don't know you're Obama as you start this game. And you have to go through his life. And the loveliest thing about this game is that you have to use the verbs you need to be Barack Obama are things like you have to hug, you have to listen, and in this little snatch of code you can see that you have to sing, right? So he's going to church and he sings. It's just a lovely little walkthrough of Obama's experiences in Chicago. And this is what she has to say. In all my wildest dreams, I never thought I'd ever consider myself a coder. I vividly remember sitting in the first class as a nervous first week freshman thinking, oh God, what have I gotten myself into? I soon figured out that if you take code rule by rule, step by step, it becomes less intimidating. Through every project, I grew in confidence and capability. I've always loved President Obama, but after creating this simulation, I found a new respect. He dove headfirst into one of the most complex African-American communities in the country. He worked extremely hard, not for the people in charge, for the individuals who are struggling. After taking this class, I find myself reflecting on it. I finally was able to relate to how it feels to be on the outside. I received looks of disbelief and questions of my abilities at coding, she meant. While my experiences as a minority are far from the struggles of minorities facing extreme hardship, I feel as if I now stand next to them, feel the urge to fight for equal human rights. So what next? I take those experiences, become the best person I can be, use my capabilities to help those in need. Because of this class, I'm now a proud female computer coder, willing to fight for the people who need the voice I'm willing to provide. All right, so my point here is that this is not, in a traditional computer class, what you get out at the other end, right? You don't get a student with this sense of what they might do with that code. And that's really the payoff. The idea of teaching programming in classes other than STEM, and you can get this if you're teaching in a class in STEM, which is leading towards, in a sense of a Sam's sense of serious games, where you're coding toward those ends. But particularly teaching coding in the humanities gets us stuff like that. And I'm done. I'm sorry for going over a couple minutes here. Here's my contact information and the information about my lab at the University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana.
Judith, fantastic. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, just I'd love to hear from you. That's all.
Absolutely. Fantastic work, Judith. Thank you so much. And we'll shift over to David. You can get your, you unmute yourself and get yourself together. I'm not sure if you need to upload anything or if you have everything that you need, but go right ahead, David.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here. So in the last talk, Judith gave great examples of the same game being realized in several different interactive fiction authoring systems. And what my talk is about today, I just want to try to provoke you a little bit to think about the questions of what is it that is essential to a game that makes it that particular game and not a different game. Which is to say, if we adapt a game from either a physical form to a digital form, or if we bring the game from one digital medium to another, what is it that we preserve that makes it that particular game? So there are sort of two sets of windows that have been proposed for thinking about this. One of them is the scope of copyright law. What is it that can be copyrighted versus patented? What is it that falls outside the scope of copyright? That is to say, a distinction between expression and method. And another set of windows is a set of models that emerged from my community in library and information science, models of the bibliographic universe that make distinctions between content and the means for conveying or communicating that content. But I want to begin by just inviting you to think about a very simple game called Number Scrabble. Some of you may be familiar with it. The idea is that there are two of us playing, and there's a set of integers from 1 to 9, and we take turns selecting them. And each one can only be selected once. So if you begin by selecting the 4, then the 4 is not available for me to select. So once all 9 are selected, the game can't proceed any further, but it will probably end sooner than that, because as soon as one of us can point to 3 of the integers, exactly 3 of the integers that we have selected that add up to exactly 15, that person is the winner. Now, since this is a short talk, I'm just going to skip to the takeaway. If you ever want to play this, I'm going to show you how to probably beat anybody who has not seen this talk, and which is to say that you can take the integers 1 through 9 and arrange them in a 3x3 magic square. And so if you do that, then as you can see along every row, column, and on both diagonals, they sum up to 15. So what that means is that if your opponent is trying to do arithmetic in his or her head, you can play tic-tac-toe, which is generally an easier game either to win or to confirm that the game is inevitably going to be a draw. Now, why do I start with this example? I start with this example because the connection between number Scrabble and tic-tac-toe is something that Judith had on another one of her slides, where she showed the state graph for the realization of the game in Twine. That is to say, the starting state, the goal states, and the states determined by each move of the game. There's a perfect homomorphism between tic-tac-toe and number Scrabble. For each move in number Scrabble, there's a corresponding move in tic-tac-toe. That's why you can play tic-tac-toe against a number Scrabble opponent and beat them. But the experience of playing number Scrabble, if you don't know this trick, is very different from the experience of playing it if you do. Visualizing it this way, what would be, from some viewpoints, merely sort of presentational choices make all the difference in that. Now, I'm sure that with this audience, I don't have to try to make a persuasive argument that the presentational, the aesthetic dimensions of a game are important or essential. But in thinking about questions like, why is it that games are not copyrightable? That is to say, the text of the rules can be copyrighted, the artwork on the game can be copyrighted, but the game itself cannot be copyrighted. Why is that? Well, Bruce Boyden in 2011, who was at the law school at Marquette University, did a great job of writing a long argument which sort of tried in retrospect to justify decades and centuries of precedent that all sort of culminate, consistently courts have come down on the side of not including games within material that can be copyrighted. And his basic justification is that games are state machines. He writes that there are systems where the informational or entertainment value that is extracted from the work is supplied by the users, not by the authors. In other words, since the experience of the game is something that comes through the choices that the players make, as opposed to content being communicated or conveyed by the author, it's not the kind of thing that can be copyrighted. I don't know if that makes sense entirely, but it is the best effort that I've seen, sort of post hoc, to justify this, and it's a provocative way of thinking about it. The next, so in my field, we have a framework that we call the Group 1 entities, which are right here along the diagonal, where my colleagues at the International Federation of Library Associations and institutions have produced this standard in which the effort is to generalize notions like the physical copy versus the edition versus the text versus the work itself. And so at the expression level, you would have not just text, but images and any other sort of symbol that would be used for communicating content. At the manifestation level, we would have things like the physical properties that would be common across various physical copies of a work, like a paper book, for example. But although this has proved to be useful for many of us, there's a lot that's sort of left out, and different responses to the Group 1 entities have tried to fill in different proposals for what kinds of things works, expressions, manifestations, and items actually are. So in the upper right corner, I have here things like, are they actually not real, but something that can be just accounted for with a reductionist argument? Only copies seem to be physical objects, but are expressions and manifestations, are they actually abstract objects in the original Platonistic sense, or are they social objects? And these bear on questions like, are they the kinds of things that can actually be created? Do they change over time, and so on? But the work level within the Group 1 entities is basically the content. It's the information, and all of these other levels are about how we convey them. The arrows that connect them along the diagonal, there are different proposals for whether these are sort of material constitution, but since they're not material objects, that's a tough case to make. Whether these might be actual instantiations of a universal to a particular, and so on. So there, like I said, this framework has mainly been a way of provoking my colleagues to think about how we generalize from books to other sorts of works of art, works of design, and works of authorship. So I want to talk about one other game. This was developed by a social psychologist and professor of communication here at the U of I named Charles E. Osgood. He was very prominent for a while. He was the president of the American Psychological Association for a couple of years. He was on the advisory board for the part of the federal government that was involved in arms control. And at the height of the Cold War in the early to mid 1960s, he had proposed a sort of approach to nuclear arms control negotiations, which he called GRIT, or graduated reciprocation and tension reduction. And this was the idea of how to try to make safe or limited concessions to the other side in ways that you hope would lead to a de-escalation of tensions. And since he was developing this model in the early 60s, like around the time he had already published his book at the time that the Cuban Missile Crisis came out, this is a time where it was a very interesting question whether we would make it even to 1968. So along this way, he developed a card game where the aim was to try to create an environment that would provoke a kind of an arms race, would provide incentives to the players to possibly build up their weapons and lead to a spiral of terror that would end up with everybody losing, and then seeing to what extent anyone playing the game, while still coming out with the most natural and cultural positive societal resources at the end of the game, whether you could still win without reaching a situation where everybody loses. So the black cards that are out represent weapons. The two black aces that you see in the lower left represent nuclear weapons. The red cards represent either natural resources or cultural capital, things that make life better for your citizens. You have a United Nations that people can participate in either by contributing weapons that can be used to respond to aggressive actions by other players, or helpful red cards that can be used to pick up the pieces if a limited war is fought. The jokers in the discard pile represent the countdown toward the end of the game. Once in a 4-player game, 4 jokers have come up, or the jokers have been seen 4 times, and the game is over, and you have to see whether the investments that you've made in weapons have so depleted your economy that you've essentially made your life miserable for your own people. And Osgood, in developing this game, he recommended that if we couldn't get at least one person with a net positive sort of level of overall wealth and happiness, then everyone should contribute financially to the UN or some peacekeeping organization. So this game started out, as far as I can tell, Mark Pilasuk, who was a scholar at the University of Michigan, among the first conflict resolution disciplinary movements from the 50s through the 70s. He had described a card game of international power politics to Osgood that he was developing as part of a research instrument for an NSF proposal that he had written. And this gave Osgood the idea for the game. The development of the game by Osgood and his colleagues, with improvements by playtesters at a small game publisher called the Center for Gifted Child, Inc. in California, happened around 1963. For many years, Osgood tried to get the game commercially published, but it was never published, and so the rules basically have sat in the University archives here at Illinois among Osgood's papers, and I don't think anyone actually played the game for decades until I dug out those rules. But anyway, the first version of the game rules manuscript was finished in 1964. There was a revision in 1966, and from 1967 through 1968, there was an attempt at a prototype implementation on the Plato 3 system here at Illinois. And again, that doesn't seem to have gotten very far. It's not clear to me how much of the game was fully captured, how many players it would support, but also whether the feel of and the style of the play, whether you would be looking at red cards and black cards. Stuart Umpleby, who had worked with Osgood at the time and who's now at, I think, George Washington University, did an article where he suggested that a computer implementation on a mainframe system of Osgood's disarmament game, the interface might look something like this. The President of Nation G, with which your country has recently had tense relations, has praised the courage of your people, etc. You can now allocate resources, give away resources, wage war. There's something like that in the moves of the game as Osgood developed it with cards. But again, as far as I could tell, the game never really got off the ground. And so it's sort of ironic that this screenshot, which is not a photograph directly from a physical game, but is, as some of you can tell, is in Tabletop Simulator. It only took minutes for me to, with my colleagues, to realize a session of this game in Tabletop Simulator. And some of that has to do with how easy it is, as Judith demonstrated for us, with modern tools to create a game. But I would say it had a lot more to do with the fact that the original design used cards, a standard French suited deck, as the expressive medium for creating this game experience. And so the question, again, I want to return to is, what is it that makes it that particular game? Is it really about homomorphism with respect to the state graph, or do we have to consider other aspects of it, not just expressive or presentational factors, but even just the sort of intentional properties? One form of intentional property is what a game is about. So a game might be about a historical battle, like the Battle of Waterloo, or it might be something more metaphorical, like a metaphor of the choices and dilemmas faced by a Renaissance prince. But in any case, if we look at the intentionality relation as going out towards being about other things, then games to the extent that they convey that content, they're not actually expressing the content the way that the scenes of a drama or the paragraphs of a novel would convey that content. It's more like it sets up this mechanism in which the actions of the player experience something which, in virtue of the designer's choices, is a better or worse representation of what it was like to fight the Battle of Waterloo or to be a Renaissance prince and so on. Now, Roderick Chisholm, a very famous metaphysician, contrasted these with converse intentional properties, which are ways, properties that a work has in virtue of what people say about it, think about it, or write about it. That is to say, the intentionality goes the other way. Here, these readers are reading the same book. One of them deems it tragic. One of them deems it suspenseful. And philosophers of art like Peter Lamarck at the University of York and Gerald Levinson at the University of Maryland have proposed that aesthetic properties can be essential to a work being the particular work that it is. That is to say that King Lear is essentially a tragedy. And so it's something that we're not used to thinking about, that something that would be essential to a thing could depend on how collectively we as the audience deem it. But when we think about Osgood's game, and we think about the efforts to create this atmosphere of tension, whether it's a tense game, whether it is or is not a thematic game with the cards, as opposed to the way I think Umpleby and Osgood were thinking about it in the early 70s, with reference to actual weapons or diplomatic gestures. All of those things are about creating the kind of atmosphere, creating the kind of experience that the designer intends. In the case of this game, to try to create an arms race and see whether people can avoid it. So what it is that makes that happen, what it is that has to be preserved in the translation from one medium to another, it seems to me is a more slippery issue and a more interesting issue, and a more difficult one to come to grips with than simply comparing the state graphs or trying to just identify the exact conceptual content that is being delivered in ways that I don't think even really works for drama, since even the experience of watching a play is something that is active and not passive. So that's about as much as I have. I'd like to acknowledge and thank my colleagues at the Kudo Plays design competition who helped me try out Osgood's game. The iSchool gamers also helped me do this both physically when we could safely do that, and also in the digital online form. And I'd like to thank my colleagues at the University Archives for their assistance in going through not just the Osgood's manuscripts, but his letters back and forth with Campus Computing and the commercial publishers. Thanks.
Fantastic, David. Thank you again so much. Thank you to all the panelists for presenting your amazing work. This is now Q&A time, and we have about 15 minutes, I believe, because I think we have to end this session at 3:15, so we can get ready for our amazing keynote coming up at 3:30. So for the audience members, you all can use the Q&A feature to submit questions, and panelists, we submit questions through the chat feature. So I'll be going back and forth to check out those questions, but I'm going to get us started off. And this is like a question that I think, kind of kind of weaves through everybody's presentations. So, you all were talking about, gamification, game-based learning, basically applying like gamifying human experiences most often, right? If you can, maybe discuss like some limitations of these approaches, maybe some of the limitations of like the mechanics or limitations in like the breadth and depth that we can take with the tools that we're afforded, but also talk about maybe like some of your own discomfort or some of the challenges that you may have experienced, trying to talk about like some of these topics in the format that you have been, because what some folks might perceive this work as is like, we're reducing humans and human experiences to data and text and code and mechanics and numbers. So if any of the panel members, or all of you, please kind of speak to that, if you can. Thank you.
I think we probably all have stuff to say about this, right? So I'll be brief and let other people say it as well. So Ian Bogost wrote this article that many of us have read called "Gamification is Bullshit," right? So in where he makes the, Sam, you had the slide about the broccoli. He makes the argument that like if you make broccoli fun, you turn broccoli into little dinosaurs and kids look at it and think, oh, this is going to be so fun to eat, and they put it in their mouth and it's broccoli. You have not actually transformed that broccoli into something which is fun, and that a lot of gamification never touches the underlying pedagogy of the course or the game design of the course, to just add these mechanics which come from games. So I'll just lay that out first as a background, and other people can share personal experiences on top of that, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, thanks. Just following up on Judith's point, I think that another way of sort of addressing this is not to look at gamification as something that is simply layered on at all. So that, going by the definition of games that Bernard Suits used in response to Wittgenstein's critique, any activity could potentially be an actual game if you can get people correctly oriented with the right illusory attitude, as he put it. So that even doing your income taxes in Spanish rather than in English could be a game, not because it doesn't have an extra illusory motivation for wanting to brush up on your Spanish, but because it's a purely voluntary action, you don't have to. And because your choice of changing your locale on your tax software to Spanish rather than English is done simply to make that particular game possible. So if you try to look at again what the kind of core experience that you're trying to create is, I agree with Judith that you just want to give up with this idea of having gamification being something that you do to the activity and then it becomes gamified.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. I mean, the other thing I would add is, first of all, I think too much of gamification is organized around extrinsic motivation, so rewards and punishments rather than what's inherently engaging about an activity. Second of all, I think there's not enough thought given over to duration, what it means to play a 30-minute game or a 60-minute game, and what that actually does to behavior longitudinally isn't very effectively studied. I mean, there are studies out there, but a lot of these like education studies are very superficial in my opinion. So we need better research in this field. And then, yeah, and just, I mean, also thinking about duration, I guess a little bit more, like I work on short duration games that are like 30, 45 minutes, but also on these alternate reality games that last for 3 to 6 months. And I find that like the multi-month games tend to be much more effective in terms of how they impact people's lives because they're more than games. They're like part of these folks like life worlds going forward, and they allow moments of kind of design and meta discourse, co-design and mentorship that one-off games as products don't necessarily offer.
I want to shout out to Reacting to the Past, if y'all are not aware of that. Reacting to the Past is a history-based role-playing curriculum, which has been collaboratively created by historians across the world, actually. And they provide, so basically the idea is you learn the same history content, but you learn it in the context of a complex and sometimes lengthy, that's why it triggered me, because it takes weeks And you could do half a semester in one role play where people become someone from the past. And there's quite a lot of work involved, which I think is why it hasn't caught on maybe as much, because it actually adds to the instructional load quite a bit. And we could talk about that. You could do great games in your class, but the hours that you're putting in on those games can be sometimes pretty intense, right? Value added in this way. So, but if you haven't heard of reacting to the past, go check it out. I've done some of the training. I haven't taught a reacting to the past, but I use some of their style, which is basically, it's teams, you have factions. You divide the class into factions, and then they're giving sort of speeches, and then there's a group which is unpersuaded. I mean, at the beginning, they're neutral and they have to be persuaded, and there's actually winners and losers in a reacting. A game in history can end up different than it did in real life history, which is quite interesting. But I just wanted to say yes to Patrick on the longer the game, the better. So they're just putting, cahoots, and letting kids answer questions in a class, although it might sort of be fun in that minute, is really not what we're talking about in gameful learning, as Sam said. Gameful learning is not, the same as gamification.
I'd just like to add too, before we move on, that from a medical perspective, interactivity is just unbelievably powerful, but whether it is you're using full game-based learning or gamification, often people tend to confuse the importance of an idea with the actual appropriateness and impact of an idea. And this is kind of another talk, but something to really be careful of is all of the nuances that come with patient autonomy and what having them interact with these certain things actually means for their perception of their own health and their own healthcare.
Perfect. Appreciate you all engaging with that question. We've got one from Mark, our amazing leader. The disarmament game that Dave was talking about seemed to be very much about rational choice. To what extent is gaming connected to philosophies of rational choice?
Well, I guess I'll start by pointing out that the game that I described, so Osgood's game, sort of can be seen as games were highly influential in helping to shape the science of rationality, decision theory, and sort of classical game theory, which is all about studying how rational decisions are made or could be made, and trying to formalize or come up with very precise accounts of what it means for a decision to be rational or irrational. And Mark Pilasuk, who I believe initially inspired Osgood to create the game, began with the development of an instrument that he was using in an experimental study to put his subjects in a position of saying, if you do this, you may start a war, but if you don't at least take some action, then you might also get some other bad result. And he was actually trying to study how rational his subjects would behave. What we know in studying actual people is that whether we're buying a car or whether we are deciding how to plan our day, we make all kinds of less than rational choices in the interests of just getting through the day. And so I think what is sort of interesting about Osgood's response is that, in the midst of, the terrible stresses of the early 60s Cold War, recognizing that people with fingers on the buttons could not be counted on to behave rationally. And so to sort of propose this as a way of saying, play this out, see if you can put yourself in a position of succeeding despite our irrational tendencies.
Fantastic, fantastic. I've got a few other questions. I know we're at 3:11, so maybe just like 4 minutes. So I had a question for Judith, and also I guess maybe like a joint question for Sam and Patrick. So for Sam and Patrick, I want you all to talk about, maybe how like maybe the limitations of the tools that we have could like inhibit learning. I know, you all mentioned that. So talk about like the amount of time that you spend doing a thing versus like, the outcomes later. Like, do they match, or are they often like incongruent with one another? So you want to talk about, how maybe the mechanics can inhibit learning. And then Judith, I'll go ahead and ask you the question so you all can have the remaining time. You talked about, the secrecy of code, and talked about code versus coded. And I wonder if you think that maybe like code is like this cultural signifier of like who belongs and who gets access to it. Think about like early in the day, thinking about like how women were the ones who did the majority of this work, and then that something culturally shifted, whereas then women were like excluded or like in the roles and things like shifted. So maybe it's like more of a marker of like design of who gets access, who can play the game, who can be in part. So if you wanted to speak a little more to that, that'd be great, Judith. Go ahead, you all.
So you guys start, because I got to think about that.
You want to start then?
Yeah, I can start. I think it's a really interesting question because, and I'm gonna try to only focus on like kind of the medical and healthcare side, since that's mostly what my talk was about and everything. But when it comes to medical games and applications, a lot of the ones that I have been on have been restricted to a limited time, not because of the mechanics themselves, but because we have the patient in the clinic in the waiting room for 15 minutes. What can we teach them? What can we make that's like super impactful, that is going to actually help inform them when they are in the room with their doctor and help empower them to have a dialogue with their clinicians? So in a lot of the cases with medicine, it's not necessarily just the mechanics that are kind of the limiting factors there. And because of that, there are patterns, but there are also a lot of things that are correlation and not causation. You know what I mean? Where, okay, sure, maybe it's the length of the experience in this case, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's the way that this anatomy was illustrated and it really skeeved them out and they hated it, right? So I think that there are just a lot of very interesting variables to consider when it comes to medical stuff, but that mechanics and kind of the functionalities that the patients are seeing, they are just inherently linked.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add that, like, what Sam was talking about before in terms of like aligning mechanics and learning objectives is really important. A lot of games don't do that very effectively. I mean, like, game design is an art form, which requires like a lot of thought, especially at those connection points. The only other thing that I would say, the only thing I would add to that, I guess, is a lot of game designers still have this weird fantasy that the games that they're making are for universal audiences. I don't think there's any game that's for a universal audience. Like even AAA games are not for universal audiences, right? So it's thinking about like who your specific audience is, where they come from, how much money they have, what their experiences might be like, is really, really important in basically tailoring any particular intervention or game to a particular group of people.
We are out of time, Judith. I want to make sure to give you time to respond and answer if we can do that, because I know we have to shift the space over. Okay, Judith, did you want to respond?
Sure, I can give you the 1-minute answer. Okay. Is that any looking at programming literacy and thinking about code first makes you have to deep dive into the history of literacy for reading and writing. And what you find in literacy is Foucault, knowledge is power, and the way that not only was it illegal in the United States for slaves to read or write, but it was illegal for anybody to teach a slave to read and write. So even to challenge, and that is the key point, that's an attack on education and on educational structures. So it isn't just that hierarchies stop people from having the skills, it stops people from being able to effectively educate people. And so there's no way to answer this question without looking at how programming is taught and how code is taught. And you see the issues we have in the lack of diversity in programmers. And you have to say it's not just the code, it's really in the pedagogy. That's the quick answer.
A fantastic answer to that. You all are amazing. Thank you, panelists. Thank you. Hannah, I'm going to turn it back over to you in case you need to give us information as we transition into our keynote.
Thank you so much for the invitation. This has been amazing. Just such a good panel. I love that this is our local community. This is our Illinois, part of our Illinois community. That feels great.
Thank you all so much. That was great.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you guys so much. And I do love that you noticed that, Judith. I did want to kind of represent what we were doing kind of regionally in gaming and in gaming in the classroom. So yes, that is one awesome facet of this panel. And I also loved how we got great presentations that gave us a wide range of approaches to gaming across the discipline. So I feel like we've got a really wide scope of kind of the way gaming is being used. Kishana, Mark, those are awesome questions. Thank you so much. That was like such a, not only awesome presentations, but a very fruitful Q&A. So thank you guys for those questions. So yeah, guys, we are going to take a quick 13-minute break. And when we return, we're going to hear from one of our keynotes, Moya Bailey, and that's going to start at 3:30 Central Time. So please join us in just a few moments for that exciting event. Okay, everyone, so welcome back. I'm so excited that we get to hear from our first keynote speaker. We are at that point today. So the format for today's talk will include prepared remarks, followed by questions from the audience. Audience members, please enter your questions into the Q&A at the bottom of your screen rather than the chat. Feel free to input questions throughout the duration of Moya's talk. You don't have to wait until the end. You can just kind of plug questions in as she goes. Once the prepared remarks are complete, Sandy and I will then present as many questions as possible during the allotted time. So Moya will read those out to you, so you don't have to worry about kind of keeping up with those as you go. And so here to introduce our keynote is Sandy DeGroot. Sandy is a professor and scholarly communications library at UIC. This past year, she worked with Mary Case, University Librarian Emeritus, and co-PI on last year's Digital Humanities Initiative grant to support digital humanities scholarship. Sandy is currently leading the development and implementation of the library's Digital Scholarship Hub, which supports digital humanities scholarship across UIC. Sandy, I'll hand it to you.
Thanks, Hannah. And it is my pleasure to introduce Moya Bailey as our keynote speaker for today. Dr. Bailey is an assistant professor in the Department of Culture, Societies, and Global Studies, and for the Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies program at Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts. She's currently on leave from Northeastern for the 2021 academic year as a visiting Martin Luther King Jr. Professor of Women's and Gender Studies at MIT. She earned her BA in Comparative Women's Studies from Spelman College and her PhD in Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies from Emory University. Her work focuses on marginalized groups, use of digital media to promote social justice as acts of self-affirmation and health promotion, and she's interested in how race, gender, and sexuality are represented in media and medicine. Dr. Bailey currently curates the Transform DH Tumblr initiative in digital humanities, and she's also the digital alchemist for the Octavia E. Butler Legacy Network. Dr. Bailey's keynote today is Humans in the Digital Supply Chain. Welcome, and thank you very much for being here today, Dr. Bailey.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Sandy. And also just hello to everyone. Thank you for, making it through the day and still being present. I see Anna and Gayatri are still here, so just a wave and a shout to you. I also want to begin by thanking Hannah and Carla and all of the folks at UIC for doing the logistical work for us to be here in digital space together. As mentioned, I am participating in this conference from land traditionally stewarded by the Wampanoag, the Nipmuc in Massachusetts, otherwise known as Boston. The Wampanoag were decimated by a bacteria called leptospirosis in the early 17th century that spread from rats that sailed to the New World on English colonial ships. That bacteria jumped species, infecting the indigenous animals of what we now recognize as Massachusetts, and subsequently entered the food chain of the people living here. And I raise this history as I raise the resilience of these indigenous groups who still exist today to remind us that the weaponization of germs against vulnerable populations, inadvertently or not, is not new. And while COVID-19 is unprecedented in our lifetime, it is not unprecedented throughout the centuries of human existence. My hope is that when we acknowledge this past, we can strive to create a different reality in this moment and beyond. Something so small, something that we can't even see, can have ripple effects downstream. And I see this reflected not only in our healthcare infrastructure, or I think we could all agree lack thereof in the United States, but also in our digital infrastructure. So for me, digital humanities involves using digital tools to answer questions in the humanities that it might otherwise be impossible to answer, or asking humanities questions of digital tools. And it's this latter line of inquiry where my digital humanities projects are centered. I am always looking for the hidden human in the digital infrastructure. The ways in which people's identities inform both theory and practice in digital humanities have been largely overlooked in the field. Those already marginalized in society and the academy can also find themselves in the liminal spaces of the field. By centering the lives of women, people of color, and disabled folks, the types of possible conversations in the field of digital humanities shift. The move from margin to center offers the opportunity to engage new sets of theoretical questions that expose implicit assumptions about what and who counts in digital humanities, as well as exposes structural limitations that are the inevitable result of an unexamined identity politics of whiteness, masculinity, and able-bodiedness. And I'm sure you all recognize that we could add to that list of assumptions. My previous work focuses on marginalized groups' use of digital media to promote social justice as acts of self-affirmation and health promotion. My book project, Misogynoir Transformed, Black Women's Digital Resistance, pushes for understanding the social media content created by Black women as media designed to change health outcomes within Black communities through challenging damaging stereotypes with self-fashioned representations. I created the portmanteau Misogynoir to name the specific combination of anti-Black and misogynistic representation in visual culture and digital spaces that shapes broader ideas about Black women. I argue that the process of making hashtags, web series, and images online provides not only a stigma management strategy, but also provides opportunities to grow resilient strategies offline, like advocacy skills that mitigate the disproportionate, life-threatening violence these communities often experience. By refashioning existing social media platforms, Black women are creating the changes that they want to see in the world through an alternative health praxis. In the process of exploring the liberatory potential of this digital organizing, I also began to consider the infrastructure that makes it possible. In this new project, I investigate the ways that the digital divide occurs not only at the level of who has access to digital spaces, but also the way that digital enables some as it disables others. I'd like to think about the need for fostering an ethical digital culture that includes the digital humanities, taking a more political approach to our research. I believe we can use the little bit of Western institutional privilege we have to try and reimagine a way of engaging the digital that is more humane for all. I have 3 case studies that I want to take us through that, to me, currently fall outside of the purview of digital humanities. And my hope is to show that these issues should matter to those of us in DH and perhaps engender new ways of doing our research. So example 1, In an October 2018 article in The Guardian, Harvard lecturer Siddharth Kara described the backbreaking work of searching for coltan by 15-year-old Elodie, who is exposed to toxic dust in the process. Elodie sells her coltan to Chinese distributors who export and refine the mineral in China, then sell it to tech companies to power our digital devices, such as smartphones, laptops, and tablets. Really the infrastructure that allows us to be here together right now. Due largely to activism from local Congolese groups and NGOs, the US passed the Dodd-Frank Act, which prohibits any commodity traded through the SEC from having conflict minerals in its supply chain. In theory, this seemed like a helpful provision, a way to ensure that companies take the human rights abuses and conflict profiteering now embedded in the digital supply chain seriously. However, most of these workers are like Elodie and are involved in artisanal small-scale mining, of which the Dodd-Frank Act has little oversight. Example 2. In September 2019, China Labor Watch released a report revealing numerous labor rights violations at the Jingzhou Foxconn factory, the largest iPhone factory in the world, and known for its infamous suicide nets that surround its dormitories so that workers won't kill themselves if they decide to jump, as many before them have. And not that long ago, China was accused of forcing Uyghur Muslims to work at these factories that produce goods for well-known global companies, including Apple, Nike, BMW, Samsung, Sony, and Volkswagen. These human rights violations have been brought to the attention of these companies before, but like the Dodd-Frank Act, the kind of interventions designed to ameliorate these issues seem to reach those most in need. And then finally, example 3, in October of 2019, South Carolina granted Google a 4-year contract to allow them to extract and use 549 million gallons of groundwater a year to cool its latest data center in the state. Clay Duffy, who is the manager of Mount Pleasant Waterworks in South Carolina, opposed the transaction, explaining, quote, "I don't have a beef against Google itself, but I don't think it's appropriate to use pristine groundwater for cooling computers versus providing that water for people. We are obviously concerned about the long-term, safe, sustainable yield of our aquifer," end quote. The population of South Carolina is growing. And additionally, one of the outcomes of COVID-19 has been an increase in the need for personal water consumption. These data centers provide very little in the way of new jobs for the communities that host them, despite the promised increase used as a selling point. Google was wooed by tax breaks and a large amount of fresh water, but the long-term effect on the water supply for South Carolinians has yet to unfold. So as we think about Elodie and 35,000 other Congolese children and upwards of 80,000 Uyghurs negotiating dangerous working conditions that impair their health, some Western consumers are enjoying the fruits of their debilitating labor and are able to fight for their own rights in the ableist infrastructure of the West. Additionally, Americans and people around the world benefit from the cooling power of the aquifer in South Carolina, water that is in the ground, traditionally stewarded by the Catawba, the PD, the Chicora, the Edisto, the Santee, the Yamasee, and Chicora-Waccamaw, who are all still present in South Carolina, as are many descendants of the Cherokee, despite also being devastated by European-born diseases like smallpox. So then it makes me ask, what are the ethical implications of using stolen water on stolen land to cool the data centers that power the internet? And how might a new set of relations between consumers, laborers, and land create the kind of advocacy that would force corporate entities to change their policies. If they have to be accountable to all of these entities, what role should our studies of the digital play in addressing these problems in the global digital supply chain? And really what I'm interested in is thinking through where the digital humanities can kind of pick up the human that is behind all of the work that we do. One way that people have tried to address this is through the language of supply chain due diligence, which has shaped the conversation of what needs to happen to ensure a more humane production process. Like the euphemistic triangular trade that obscures the buying and selling of enslaved Africans as commodities, supply chain due diligence masks the human rights concerns of the supply chain. Due diligence may allay some consumer fears of using conflict minerals, but it doesn't actually change the material conditions of those working on the ground. Many of the articles I've read articulate these issues as solvable with needed transparency in the supply chain and focus on commercial transactions, rather than directly address the investment in cheap labor at the expense of the lives of Black Congolese or Uyghur Muslim workers living in the global South. Despite the fact that it was these human rights violations in the first place that really was instrumental in getting reforms off the ground, nation states have opted to let corporations try to regulate themselves through international oversight mechanisms and practices. I believe that the digital humanities as a field is primed for the kind of interdisciplinary collaboration that could be beneficial in shifting some of these harmful realities for the people who build our digital infrastructure and hardware. My co-conceived method of a Black feminist disability framework centers race, gender, and disability, challenging these generally siloed theories to work together to better understand the realities for those multiply marginalized within society. When Izetta and I were coming up with this framework, we wanted to begin to actualize theoretical interventions that challenged mainstream news narratives that erase race and gender and forestall the ableism used to explain away debilitating labor practices. It is through praxis that we can start to create a new scholarship that is informed not just by our critical inquiries, but also by our resulting actions and processes that shift previous paradigms of understanding. A Black feminist disability framework centers a critique of capitalism and labor because of the variability both in gender for those multiply marginalized. While Black studies has successfully critiqued US labor practices, it has not gone so far as to critique work itself. Jobs with dignity still assumes that people are able to work a job and that the structure of the 9-to-5 workday makes sense. The globalizing socioeconomic system that demands more and more labor for less and less pay and fewer safety requirements means that Black Congolese workers are literally working themselves to death. While karoshi, the Japanese word for overworked deaths, has gotten some attention in international news media, the phenomenon is mostly regarded as spectacle. The middle and upper middle class workers who succumb to karoshi are not thought of alongside immigrant farm workers who die slowly of cancer after being exposed to Monsanto chemicals. And I would say, similarly, we're not thinking about the Black Congolese workers or the Uyghur Muslim workers who are involved in this digital supply chain. Whether it's the produce you buy or the computer you use to Instacart it, hidden in the supply chain are the exploited people who make your life easier. Adopting a Black feminist disability framework gives scaffolding with which to think in generative ways about the intersectional nature of supply chain oppression. I use this framework to create a strategy for addressing the ways that digital infrastructure impacts communities in the global North and South differently. I build on the work of disability and Black studies scholars who are interested in rethinking the inevitability of these dire consequences to human life. By adopting an ethics of pace in our scholarly practice, I contend we can disrupt debilitating patterns in academia and beyond. I'm arguing for a slowed down digital humanities that values moving at the speed of trust, which requires a more democratized relationship to time. Because digital humanity is already attentive to collaborative scholarship, a slow DH would allow for moments of reflection so that multiple collaborators from different vantage points are valued. I offered the model of slow DH as a possibility model, to use trans activist Laverne Cox's term, for an ethics of pace in the academy that is attentive to the ways that race, gender, sexuality, class, and ability inform our work together. Slow DH has the potential to be an evocative example for other fields. We privilege process over product, and I argue that the way we treat each other through our work is more important than the resulting output. In my collaborative digital humanities work, I have not been able to force things to move faster than this speed of trust. Adrienne Marie Brown's emergent strategy offers some solutions. Brown describes 9 principles that inform her beliefs surrounding organizing. Principle number 7 calls for people to focus on critical connections more than critical mass, that we need to build the resilience of our communities by building the relationships within them. If we invest first in the relationships between people, it won't matter that we are few in number. We need to prioritize the work of growing bonds between people before attempting to create more rigorous scholarship. This principle is a testament to the collaborative nature of an ethic of pace and the need to move at the speed of trust. The speed of trust connotes the slowing down and a need to nurture relationships before trust is truly established. When I was working on Misogynoir Transformed, I created a community advisory board that consisted of Black women and non-binary folks who use social media platforms for social justice organizing. This small cadre of collaborators helped me to shape my research questions and challenged me to be more mindful about the information I shared publicly from my research. I was so focused on how their collaboration was useful to me that I didn't think about how the collaboration could be useful to them. As I wrote in a piece for Digital Humanities Quarterly, one member of the group used the collective to aid in the writing of her own journalistic project. I'd never considered that the group might find the collective useful for their own needs. This experience was a lesson in the power of collaboration and scholarly humility. By allowing this community to build trust amongst one another, the group transformed into a group of its own making and its own needs. If we as scholars get out of the way, we can make room for other important connections to happen among collaborators. My own research was strengthened by the connections the group made with one another, and this was only possible because of the extended time that bringing a group together digitally provided. When there were some errors in the article once it was published, there was no anger or animosity directed at the collaborator who wrote the article. The trust we built meant that a simple mistake would not derail the relationships formed, whereas I imagine that if an unknown journalist had made similar mistakes, it might have been interpreted as intentional and handled with less grace. These relationships have been able to build and grow for nearly 7 years. Both the slow building of trust that occurred before I even thought about the research and invited collaborators into it, and the trust that was cultivated by creating a collaborative space together, opened up new possibilities in my research and theirs that we could have never anticipated. An ethics of pace that moves at the speed of trust, protects against possible disruptions because people and process are more important than profits and products. Most recently, I worked with co-authors Sarah Jackson and Brooke Foucault-Wells on a book called #Activism, Networks of Race and Gender Justice. We all come from different methodological traditions, which we brought together to achieve this text that none of us could have written individually. The speed of trust we built with each other developed over different timelines, as Jackson and Foucault-Wells had collaborated previously, and I was new to Northeastern University and to their collaboration. A feminist faculty writing group that Jackson established while an assistant professor at Northeastern allowed us to learn about one another's work and our shared interest in #activism. Over the course of these weekly writing sections, we got to know one another better and felt compelled to collaborate on the book. And it was really my work on Janet Mock's #GirlsLikeUs and their work on the #MyNYPD that got us thinking through how people have used hashtags to create an alternative narrative than what we generally see when it comes to hashtags. And we documented a time period before hashtags were so ubiquitous. And so it's really interesting to see kind of those connections. And that wouldn't have happened if we didn't have this prior working relationship with one another. In the process of writing #activism, we knew we needed to include the voices of the #activists that motivated us to write the book. We solicited #creators and paid them for short contributions in which they discussed their relationships to hashtags they started or used. Additionally, as someone who had worked closely with Twitter users as collaborators before, I wanted to give the users whose tweets we referenced a more transparent experience with academics using their tweets in scholarship. We wanted to provide notice that we had used their tweets and give them an option to opt out of seeing their handle or exact words in the text. With the help of our research assistant, Kristen Miller, we collected every handle used in the text, and for every personal non-celebrity account, we reached out directly to seek consent to use their handle and tweet in the book. And this process took quite a bit of time, but it was essential to our ethos to move at the speed of trust. My community collaborators from previous projects have dealt with the appropriation of their writing and thinking by people who used it for their own gain. And this appropriation looks like academics using their tweets and blog posts and scholarly work without telling them, but also journalists aggregating tweets to make a larger point without checking in with Twitter users about it, and which leads to inadvertently driving a whole new cadre of people to their Twitter timelines without their consent. And you might think of some of the earlier days of BuzzFeed, which was really an egregious offender of this in the past. Stories of theft, co-optation, and invisibilizing the labor of online content producers have made me extra sensitive to how I conduct my research moving forward. And I want to make sure that I do the work to acknowledge collaborators as co-producers of my scholarship. And this also connects to another idea, which is just that I don't really think of any text as a solo authored text, even though that's kind of what drives a lot of us in the humanities, is that assumption. But there's so many people who were involved in helping our scholarship come together. One of the ways that we wanted to make that acknowledgement of these other collaborators was to celebrate the hashtag users who inspired the book. And Brooke Foucault-Wells and I celebrated a different digital activist each weekday by sharing their handle and the hashtag that they spawned on our Twitter accounts. And that was really just one way that we were trying to pay it forward for the way that their work really influenced our text. We understood our work to be in collaboration with theirs and only possible because of their innovative use of the social media tool of hashtags. Librarians, engineers, and faculty have already been collaborative architects of many of the digital humanities projects that are central to the field, including community members, people in the digital infrastructure supply chain. As part of this already collaborative team means incorporating elements of participatory action research that allow for community and human rights interests to be served, not just the researcher's interests. And participatory action research is a process-oriented method that fundamentally shifts the top-down approach to research, where scholars study a community as opposed to work with a community to co-create research that is mutually beneficial. And when we include community collaborators from the beginning of our projects become all the more impactful. So as my work develops, I really hope to be in collaboration with those organizing within the mineral mines of the Congo, the union seekers at Foxconn, as well as the people of South Carolina. As COVID-19 has made undeniably clear, we are all connected in this world, whether we believe it or not. In Alice Walker's classic text, "We are the ones we have been waiting for, inner light in a time of darkness," she writes, "This is a time when consciousness really requires that we connect, that we don't just say, oh, that's them over there. Because the other part of consciousness now is to understand that there are no other people anywhere. They are all here on the planet. We are us, and that's it. We are all just degrees from one another. Building solidarity across state, institutional, disciplinary, professional lines is essential if humans are to survive on this planet." The digital humanities is not the only field attempting to do this important collaborative work, but it's the one I'm most familiar with and where I see the built-in potential to move at the speed of trust. The people and the process by which they are engaged are an essential part of the scholarship. I offer that what is necessary, this new ethics around pace, doesn't allow capitalism to be the driving force of our decision-making. An ethics of pace in our scholarship means that the ends do not justify the means, but rather the means are the ends. By reimagining or by remaining attentive to the people involved in our research, keeping the human at the center of digital humanities, we can create a process that does not cause harm or at least reduces it. The pace of life and the pace of our research is something we can control. We can make decisions to push back on expectations of overwork through the way we design our research, and when in positions of power, the kind of scholarship we value in our institutions. For those of us who are departmental chairs and part of national organizations in our respective fields, we can advocate for the importance of this type of multinational, cross-institutional collaborative scholarship. In a 2015 collaboratively produced white paper called New Ecologies of Scholarship, Evaluating Academic Production in the Digital Age, I and my colleagues at Northeastern worked together to come up with new ways for the humanities to embrace digital collaborative scholarship. One of our suggestions was to look to the physical sciences, where labs and research agendas are prioritized over individual paper output. We wrote, "The lab is an incubator for ideas that can focus on works in progress rather than works. Collaborators can work together to mature ideas to the point of circulation." What would a lab that embraced the study of all aspects of digital humanities look like? What kind of process might develop that support those most impacted by the harm the current digital supply chain causes? To be clear, I'm not asking us to abandon our individual research interests in pursuit of what would likely be a bureaucratic nightmare. But I am asking that we start to look for the hidden human, the invisible labor in whatever we study, so that we can begin to make the changes we want to see in our own part of the world. The ethic of pace I want moving forward in my life and in my academic work is a slow and sustainable pace, one that moves at the speed of trust and is not driven by capitalistic imperatives. We must pivot and change the way we relate to each other. We must slow down to survive. And I believe this statement applies to the specific realities of digital humanities, which asks us to imagine a new pace in the field. We are in an unprecedented moment in some ways to do this kind of future visioning because of the ways that our institutions have had to change in response to COVID. And I do think that the digital humanities is uniquely positioned to accommodate these collaborative and speculative possibilities. Thank you all so much for your kind attention. And I will stop here and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey. Are there any questions? Not seeing any right now, but oh, we have one. So Mark is saying such a fantastic talk. I see the importance of the ethical perspective you take, and I'm wondering how we work in the institutional capacities can think of approaches to slow humanities that we can connect with institutional change. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Sure. So one of the things that I hope that we can do is get digital humanities centers across the country to kind of unite together and say that it's important to us that the scholars who are doing this work see that their work is valued, even if it doesn't result in a traditional article or a traditional book. So I'm calling on digital scholarship centers not to be so isolated from one another. And I think, you know, the launch at UIC is definitely part of that, getting away from that expectation that we're all in our own little institutional silos, because I do think we have more power if we can show, actually, this is a practice and an ethos that we share as digital humanists, no matter what institution we are hailing from. And that can have a ripple effect and really start to shift the institutional culture so that the slow humanities can start to percolate into other places. And again, one of the ways that that can happen is seeing people who are in positions of power, again, chairs, people who direct these centers, supporting and rewarding that work, and not assuming that digital humanists have to do double duty, which was definitely how I came up. Like, you get to do your digital things, that's nice, but the expectation is that you still produce at the level that you are supposed to, regardless of whether you are in the digital humanities or not. So it's extra as opposed to something that's integrated. So I really want to see an institutional effort on the part of digital humanities centers to kind of share that ethos across different places.
So just so that you know, Mark is following up with, I really love this because this really brings digital humanities back to the core of the humanities. I love how much you're emphasizing reflection over production.
Thank you, Mark.
We have another comment, and then I actually have a question. So from Elizabeth, we have This was great and sorely needed at this moment. I'm reminded of the NAP ministry on Instagram, and I love the idea of incorporating this ethos into our digital humanities work. I guess that was much more of a comment than a question.
I appreciate that. And NAP ministry is definitely one of the examples that I look to when I'm thinking about what a slower pace can be, not only in digital humanities, but how we interact with each other. And NAP Ministry is another project that perhaps on its face might not look like a digital humanities project, but so much of what Trisha Hershey has been able to do, she's done through using social media tools like Twitter, her site, and Instagram. So I do think that part of what might also be helpful is thinking about what's happening outside of the academy and how people are using digital tools in ways that are advancing a different ethos as well. So not assuming that we have all of the answers, but looking to community partnership as another way to move digital humanities forward.
Thanks. So my question was related to what you were saying about the need for double duty, having you do the digital humanities and then you're still expected to do sort of the traditional scholarship on top of that. And so I guess, you know, we have a lot to do within the academy to really change our norms of what is allowable for, you know, going up for promotion and tenure. And I know, I mean, perhaps it's sort of unique in for the university library at UIC, where we really are. We've put as part of our norms the support of digital scholarship. But I have to say that even there, we still have this. But the safe thing is the peer-reviewed journal article. And so I do think it's really important for us to be thinking about, you know, how we can do that. But I think then too, what we really need is to get a lot more infrastructure in place to be able to get that peer review that we're looking for, that doesn't require the traditional journal article, but some other way that we can give feedback to you know, fulfill that need from the academy. So I'll keep thinking.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Pushing.
And I do think that the question of peer review is an important one. And again, this is why having connections among digital centers is so important, and thinking about, you know, what are our conferences, what are the spaces where digital humanities is being lifted up, so that we can actually start to have plans for what this can look like. And I know this is part of the impetus for some digital projects that are designed to review projects themselves, as opposed to just reviewing articles. And I think the more comfortable we can become with doing that sort of review, which also needs to be understood as just as akin to doing a journal article review, people need to start to make those connections so that that work can be evaluated by peers.
Agreed. Do we have other questions out there or comments? Oh, go ahead.
So I wanted to read one quote from your talk because it was just so beautiful and I just loved it. But you talked about the ethics of pace, which moves at the speed of trust because people and process are more important than profit and product. And I just thought that was so beautiful. And I'm so inspired by the collaboration that you've talked about and the ways in which you kind of like organically kind of seem to form groups in which you can work with and write collaboratively. And that's something I've always wanted to do, but I've always found kind of intimidating and just challenging. And so I was just wondering if you could elaborate on how you can find people who you can engage in an ethics of trust and work collectively towards a common goal or project, and what that process looks like when you're seeking out colleagues and members of non-academic communities.
That's a great question, Hannah. And it's one that I alluded to started before I actually began thinking of this as research. So I think I'm technically a Xennial. So I was an early adopter of a lot of things online. I had a website that I built with HTML when I was in high school. I was on LiveJournal back when that was a thing, and then moved to Blogspot, and then Twitter and Tumblr. So a lot of the community and people that I was connected to, I connected to through these social media platforms before I was even in graduate school. And then when I was in graduate school, I got to see, oh, there's a way to connect my interest in the digital to my scholarship. And so it happened very organically in that way. But I do think that for me, that brings to mind creating collaborations with communities you're already embedded in, because I think you have a natural connection to those folks, and thinking about what kind of digital projects might be of use to them and something that you can create together. So thinking about Facebook groups that you belong to, or Twitter conversations that you've had, and thinking about who are the people who really show that, or people that you want to start to build those connections with. And I'll add that in the earlier moments of some of this social media, it seemed a lot easier to make that happen. When I started using Twitter, it was a barren wasteland. There was no one on Twitter. And so the kinds of conversations that people could have were so different from what people are able to do now. So it felt like a much more intimate space, even though it was public. And I think that's also part of the reason that people have felt so violated by journalists and academics taking an interest in these spaces, because at least early on, the only people who were reading those things were people that you had built some kind of connection with. So for me, it's about time and perhaps embeddedness and willingness to grow that relationship over time. And that requires, I think, just, again, taking the time to do that and not trying to rush it, and not necessarily trying to establish new connections with collaborators that you're very distant from. Even as I'm talking about this project that I want to do in relationship to what's happening at Foxconn and what's happening with these Congolese child minors, I also know that I might not be the best person to do that, given my position and how long it might take to actually successfully build the kind of relationships to do that work well and ethically. So that's something I'm considering too as I'm going forward, the opportunity to say, oh, no, this doesn't look like it's actually going to be a project that works for me or for the communities that I would like it to. So being willing to kind of dial it back if you need to is important as well.
Any other questions?
Yeah, we just got a question in the Q&A from Sophia. Sophia, thank you. She asked, do you think that a digital lifestyle not driven by capitalism can thrive in a society that prioritizes that as a way of living?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think the piece of this that I'm still thinking about is scale. So part of what my questions ask are about what is the scale of this, which also, to your question, brings to mind the scale of capitalism. So even if we're doing, these anti-capitalist things within our space of DH and our practice, does it have the power or potential to ripple out to other aspects of society? I think that it does. I think that we take the little piece, our little corner of the universe, and try to put in some best practices, and then it can start to make a different way for us to engage in other spaces. And I'm hopeful that creating those kinds of networks mean that we can have a different ethical engagement outside of just our scholarship. It's something that might ripple out not just in terms of our digital humanities work, but in other places that we engage as well.
I was going to ask one more. Or Sandy, do you have another question? I was going to ask one.
Go right ahead.
I was also, I thought it was so fascinating when you were talking about the lab that you guys worked on, and this idea of like creating incubators for ideas in like at a university that focuses on works in progress, and thinking about you said like I forgot the phrase you said about means in production.
Yeah.
And academics are really scared of works in progress and having their work be public facing, or facing the academic community in some way before it's completed, before it's in print. And I was wondering if you could just kind of elaborate on why it's so useful and so purposeful to focus on works in progress rather than just worrying about the product.
Sure. One example that I think of that seems somewhat unrelated, but I will hopefully loop the circle. I also did some work early on in my academic career on hip hop studies. And one of the things we were looking at is why there weren't that many B-girls or Black girls who were rapping, or girls who tagged. Why is it that girls weren't involved in those particular spaces? And one of the things that we heard from girls who did do those things was that they got into a lot of trouble for it, and they got into more trouble than their brothers and other boys, because the expectation was that they should be home, taking care of younger brothers and sisters, or that it was too dangerous for them to be out at night when a lot of these things were happening. So it created a situation where they actually didn't have access to the space to experiment and the space to take risks that other people were taking in these different genres. And so for me, I see the process being important because it allows more points of entry for people who are already sort of disinclined to participate in things that require sort of a formal ending or a formal action spot. And this is something we've seen not just in the example that I gave, but also in kind of activism that women are involved in. The way that it looks for people who are marginalized, it looks different for them than it does for people who have relative power in certain situations. So when we get to works in progress, we are creating opportunities for people to enter into the creative process without necessarily demanding that all of their time be spent towards a certain product or goal at the end, that all innovation, all parts and facets of the work matter. And so I think it really opens things up in a different way. And relatedly, I teach a digital feminisms class, and I had a lot of students who had started out wanting to be computer science majors or thinking about computer science, but feeling like as girls, they couldn't afford to fail a computer science class. They couldn't afford to do badly in terms of grades because they didn't have the time to do that, and the consequences to them felt so much more dire. So getting a C when you're on scholarship, means something a little bit different than if your parents are paying for school. So for a lot of them, the actual ability to fail and focus on the process is so key, because there are more consequences for people who are in that position of vulnerability than there are for people who are not.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
So we did get another comment from Jacqueline. Unfortunately, this was my first time hearing about slow DH, but fortunately, I've heard about it before finishing my thesis. Thank you so much for an inspiring talk.
Oh, good. I'm glad it was useful to you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Oh, Mark has said, this sounds a lot like a way of rethinking engaged humanities in general. Maybe I already shared that before. I don't think
Absolutely.
so. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that was an Well, I think that this has been a great session. We did schedule a really long time just in case, so I'm not surprised at all that we wrap up a little bit early. That it's just been a fantastic hour listening to all of your insights. Moya, I'm so happy that you stuck with us and you worked with us through all these different formats. I was so excited when you said yes to being a keynote in the pre-COVID world, which is like hard to imagine now, but and it was just everything I expected and more. I appreciate it so much. I'm going to do some thinking in the weeks to come about slow DH and how I can incorporate that into my process in writing and in DH consultations and just kind of all the engagements that I do with DH every day. So it was very meaningful. I appreciate it. And thank you everyone for attending. And I look forward to spending another day tomorrow engaging in discussions about DH and resources and visibility in DH. So I'll see you all then in the morning.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Moya. That was fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
I got so much out of it, so much to think about.
Oh, thank you so much.
Very inspiring, and it's great to see you.
And now, Mark, it's such a shame because if we would have been able to do this as we'd originally planned, we'd get to take Moya to dinner, and we get to talk about this more, and there'd be so many fun activities we could do. So it is a bit of a bummer, but I'm so glad we were able to do something given all the restrictions of the pandemic.
Well, a lot of what we were just talking about, it really made me think how something that is built around some of these issues that Moya is bringing up institutionally, or maybe an NEH grant that is explicitly set aside to this kind of work that you're doing and engaging, or some a Mellon grant, just something to really put this into institutional practice. And, you know, of course, just because I do what I do directing the Institute, I think like, how can we really embrace this, because it's just so important.
Thank you. And yeah, I'd love to talk about collaborating on something like that. That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it would be wonderful. So I guess I'm saying this can just be the beginning.
Yay, thank you so much.
Yeah, so wonderful. So I'll see everyone tomorrow.
Yes.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.